In a world where truth is bent, we've got science on our side. Flat Earth beats on, it's all pretend. The facts will be done. Get ready for the smackdown. Get ready for the smackdown. They'll lie while the earth spins around. Watch out for smackdown. They cling to ancient misconceptions. We've got truth in our possession. No room for doubt, no time to waste. It's time to put flat Earth in its place. Here comes the smackdown.
Welcome everybody to Tuesday night on a Wednesday, and all right, I gotta pause it. All right, I had something going over right there. Welcome. Tonight is a debate on the moon landing hoax. There are people that are so confused about reality that they think that we did not successfully land on the moon 55 years ago. In fact, it was was it the 20th? Was the 55th anniversary just a couple days ago? So. All right. So, I've been to M2M just did look at it right here. M2M and a few other guys on Twitter have been on X or Twix I've been talking with them a little bit to get ready for this. They've been super helpful. Thank you to them. One Big Monkey. Hold on. You know what? I should really just get the list of them. They've been very nice. I'm less up to speed on all of the derpers that are the moon landing hoaxers. So One Big Monkey, Paul Patton, M2M, Birdie, Slack, and Kev Conrad. Thank you to all of them for your assistance in some of the ideas for this. So M2M says, prediction, Marcus will bring up film in a vacuum chamber experiment. MC Toon will burst that bubble. Well, if that's the case, if he brings that up, I may or may not have already thought about that. Yeah, Marcus says that he was a professional photographer in the 60s using the same types of technology, sort of, that they did use on the moon. So we'll see what evidence he brings. Now, of course, being a conspiracy theorist, moon landing deniers like Marcus are not, they're not really very, they're short on evidence, right? They think just, well, I don't understand this is evidence, but it's not. Anyway, so I have the link from Modern Day Debate here. Let's see, is it Zoom link? It's not there. It's he sent me an email, subject Zoom link, and it's not in the email. Interesting. All right, well, I won't be getting on to Zoom that soonly. So, all right. Make sure I got things set up here. I got a few different, a few different things showing here. So I have to update a little bit here. Let's see. Is this? Oh yeah, that. All right. All right, there we go. Awesome. Okay, I will have the Modern Day Debate chat up. I need to prep this one. There it is. Okay. This is what it will look like when Modern Day Debate sends the actual Zoom link. PhD Tony for 5 Australians says prediction: Marcus will never admit that he's wrong about anything. All right, to give credit where it's due, Marcus is not as he's a proper English gentleman. How about that? I'll say that. So he's not like some of the toxic flat earthers, right? So is it impossible to survive the Van Halen belts though? Panama. You just got to play Panama nice and loud and it'll keep away all the bad particles. All right. Let's see here. Well, what's that? Oh, interesting. Okay. There's a few things I have prepared. I want to make sure I get them ready. Oh, that's not it. Mm-hmm. There you go. Moon landing. There it is. The moon landings, they've been filmed. There we go. There's lots of pictures of them. All right. Get them all. All right. Get that. Let's go for this one. That's a good one. Okay. So, all right. I got to reply to Ryan at Modern Day Debate. Oh, there it is. He sent it. Okay. He sent the link in a separate email. Just arrived. Okay. Getting it going. Zoom. All right. So you get to see the you get to see the making of the sausage. And oh yeah, microphone is to Zoom. Okay. Looks like it's coming. I hope you're all ready. I got a lot of things here prepared. I put a good amount of work in it. I don't usually spend a ton of time preparing for flat earth debates because I generally need to, but for this one I did a little more, so we'll hopefully it'll be good. Okay, and I'm logging in to Zoom. We see Ryan making the sausage too. There you go.
Good day.
Ryan, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Uh-oh. Can you hear me? Maybe not. Maybe.
I'm not sure.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, I do hear you now. There you go.
All right. I didn't hear you, so hold on a second here.
Oh.
In case you're wondering, I updated all of my my audio, everything.
Ooh, fancy. What'd you get?
So hopefully it all works well now.
Are you able to hear me yet? No? No audio yet? I can hear you.
Okay, I can hear you. You can hear me?
Yeah. I can hear you, yes.
Good. All right.
I was trying to say, like, ears, yes.
Yep.
Like,
I'm going to switch my my microphone so that it sends the right audio to you. So, all right, now can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you.
Cool. Okay.
I'm not sure if it changed too much, but
All right. They can hear you too on my live stream.
hello, Mike's live stream. Good evening. How are all your peoples in the house tonight? How long
Hey.
you been live streaming?
Just a couple minutes.
There you go. I'm already gish galloping, asking you too many things all at once. Anyways, hopefully Marcus gets here in good time. Man, we've between you and FTFE, we have some We have some struggles getting some people in the room. I don't know. Are you finding these people or no,
Well,
I'm just picking.
Rasa suggested that Marcus debate me. So
Oh,
that's
Rasa, Dr. Rasa.
he's not a doctor. He's not here. You don't have to play nice.
I know that it's like an instant like it's like the hair on the back of your head's gonna stand up right away. I
It,
got it.
it's I mean that it's not quite the same as stolen valor. I mean, stolen valor, people put their lives on the line. It's different than that, but it's, you know, it's stolen credentials.
It hurts you on the inside,
He
does it?
doesn't. I mean, I don't have any to steal. I'm not credentialed like that. So, you know, all I say is that I successfully graduated middle school math and science.
Oh, well, that's good. I was
Yep.
gonna say I like to
So,
tell people now I'm a doctor's assistant because James got his doctorate. So
yeah, that's nice. Oh,
that's
Stringer News One says sending out hearts.
oh, give us your love.
You
Yes,
know? Do you know?
it's
What
for my Black Sabbath shirt, isn't it? Right?
No, you don't know what that's from.
I have no idea.
That's from Amy, moderating by saying sending out hearts.
Okay.
So, PhD Tony says hi to you.
Oh, hello, PT Tony.
PT,
Good evening.
PhD,
Oh, PhD. Oh, yes. Hello.
PhD. He's an actual PhD.
I know PhD Tony.
Yeah.
I might have hung out with PhD Tony once or twice, having some fun.
Ashton
yeah, that's good.
Richards. Ashton Richards says his credentials are that he can eat 12 hot dogs suspiciously quickly.
Oh, okay. Well, have I a job for you, I suppose? No, I'm just that's nasty. Why'd you say that, Mike? People heard that out loud.
I
That's
didn't
out
see
there
that.
forever, man. That's out there forever. You said that. That's crazy. Oh my.
Industrial Nerd is asking if you've brushed your teeth. I don't know why.
All right. That's from all right, so forever ago, I'd hosted you, and I was just like, hold on, guys, I gotta go brush my teeth. And I think it's because I just had like a sesame seed bagel or something, and I was like, I
Okay.
could feel it. I'm sure you can't see it. My camera's not that great, but I'm all gums when I smile, so I gotta make sure it's okay, right?
You're
Like, look
all
at that smile.
gums.
Look at that. Look, it's
Sweet.
like I got a
All
gummy
right,
smile.
all right.
Can't help it. Uh, it's fine. It's indicative of the future and how I'll eat my food. All gums. All right.
Okay.
Let's see here. I'm in a strange mood today, I tell you. Woke up late. Haven't had any meds much. Meds by Canadian standard. And I haven't heard from Marcus. I love this. This is like it's like an ongoing theme. We'll have to one of these times come up with like a pre-show debate idea and just like start it an hour early because it seems like we always end up waiting far longer than we want to.
Oh, I hear somebody. Is he coming?
Nope, no
Oh,
sign.
I thought I heard. All right.
Nah, it's just the voices in your head again.
Again.
Saying things. Yeah, again. Those darn voices always doing things. Oh man. I will say I did a poll a couple of debates ago. I won't say what debate it was, but it was a devastating poll where one of the speakers lost. There was three options. It was either speaker or the voices in my head, and he lost to the voices in my head and the other speaker, of course. But oh, it was like a death blow poll, I'll tell you. Let's see here.
So wait, yeah,
gonna send him another email.
he's past time.
Love that. We should come up with a system to penalize. No intro for you. Mike's
Oh my
gonna sit
gosh.
here and he's gonna straw man other flat earthers, and you're just gonna have
Well-
to take it in the face.
Well, yeah, at least he's not a flat earther, but I don't know if I respect Apollo deniers any much more than flatties.
Oh no, I don't. I think Marcus seems like a.
Well, Marcus is a fine guy, but
As I say, his emails are well put together. Like, you know, he's. I don't know him personally. I haven't seen him online yet, but from just the way he formats his emails, I'm already like, okay, that's a step ahead of
Yeah.
even what I usually offer. My emails are usually like, good, cheers.
he grew up in the time in England when, you know, communication was done right. So good. And so, but in general, my thought is, how much better are moon landing deniers than flat earthers? Because of course, flat earthers almost exclusively are moon landing deniers as well. So how much more do you gain by accepting that the Earth is a globe? I don't know.
Well, I mean, one thing for sure is definitely
Chat, what do you think?
it's definitely one of those moments where I'm like, oh yeah, Ryan, yeah, make sure you check yourself before you wreck yourself. The guy's not a flat earther just because he's coming out to do the moon landing hoax. But I've had experiences for the last 2 years that generally, when I have somebody on who's a flat earther, they are very quick to be like, oh yeah, let's debate space. And if they're flatzoid, I think he doesn't believe space is real.
Almost
I don't
all
know
of
what he
them
means by it.
almost all of them don't believe space is real, but the space is 100 kilometers up. And very few flat earthers deny that 100 kilometers up exists. So by that definition, they agree that space is real. I don't know, it's a little ambiguous what they mean when they say space is fake.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's something that I really wish we had somebody who was ready to unpack that. But it seems like most people are, like
They
it's
can't
not usually a territory we can get into.
they can't generally make any predictions or explain things about their model. All they do is say nuh-uh to the globe. So now I had seen in your live chat Apollo Detectives was in there, right? Which is not Marcus, it's the group of them. And he had been talking. He's like let's see.
Going up. Let me
Just
see.
wait until Marcus arrives. I'm rebroadcasting this on Apollo Detectives as well. You fellows will have a proper debate on your hands of which you have not witnessed before on this
I'm
topic.
What's this guy's name? I gotta tag him.
That's
What's,
Apollo Detectives, which I
Apollo,
think is Bob. I think that's who who's behind it there. So
Bob?
yeah, his real
I'm not
name.
sure if I
Yeah,
know.
I think, but yeah.
Have I met Bob? I forget
No.
sometimes people.
No, Bob's not
Okay.
here, man.
Damn.
Dave's not
All
here,
right,
man, either.
Well, it seems like his comment was too long ago. I can't directly tag him, it seems. That sucks. Maybe I can from the studio. I want to just tell the Apollo Detectives to give Marcus a little boot in the booty. I don't want to set this out by 15. So let's see. I'm just going to send him another email.
Yeah, go ahead.
We're
Yeah.
on brand. That's all I was going to say. This is how it goes. Go ahead.
All right. Well, I'll mute myself to you so I don't distract you.
Don't worry. I'm just, like I said, I'm just trying to send Marcus a
flatties-
follow-up
The
email. saying
flatties, look at that.
hello.
Look at the flatties. They're like, where's Cleric? Cleric is there saying, yeah, has Marcus pushed out? Okay. Marcus could have. But somebody was saying, wondering if I was there. There. Killer Clown says, thinks I'm scared. Sorry, I'm not the one that's not here. And LJ's unaware that this is not a flat earth debate. Flatties are so dumb. I mean, silly. All right. LJ says, LJ laughs at me, but LJ, you don't have any evidence. You can't even tell us what time the sun will set tomorrow. You derper. All right, I see Zoomy, not Zoomy. I see Zoomy, but I see Beaver Zero. See, there's a Z in there. I see Beaver Zero in the chat. How you doing, Beaver Zero? I was talking with him earlier today about a flat earther that somebody in the back of the neck and all the way gone in 2021 is on trial currently in Canada. So, Monkey Cat Pat Pat says Marcus is probably yelling at someone else. He might be yelling at the clouds. I don't know if you saw Grandpa Simpson yelling at the clouds. All right. Now I don't have Ryan muted. He probably muted himself to me. So oh my gosh. Look at I love the flatties. They're pre-triggered. Okay. Well, I don't. This is unfortunately, it's all too commonplace. Maybe Marcus. Maybe it's a time zone thing, right? He said it was 1 a.m. for him, so 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1. Yeah, that's 5 hours. I think we're currently 5 hours. We might be 6 hours. Are we 5 or 6 in Central Time? Hold on a second. Time in UK right now, 2 a.m. Yeah, so it's 2 a.m. So if Marcus thought 1 a.m., then an hour ago he would have been ready to go. But now the live video placeholder on I'll go to this. The live video placeholder on Modern Day Debates channel would have updated him to that. So I don't know what. I gotta get that out of there. Okay, there's a bunch of things that there it is. Okay. I like I said, I redid all my audio in OBS today or last night after the troubles I had yesterday. So it's looking pretty good so far. You want to? Captain Flurfwash wants to do some maths in the interim. Sounds like he's from a Commonwealth country. Maths plural. That's not how we talk here. You know what? I could pre-tab myself here. Oh yeah, here we go. I got this. Yeah, M2M. So in general, Central Time is 6 hours from UK, but we don't have the same daylight savings switch over the twice a year. I think they're offset by 2 weeks. So there's like 2 weeks where we're 5 hours instead of 6 hours offset. So, all right. Never mind that sound. I don't know if you hear it or not. Let me see. No, I don't think you do. It was just putting beverage in here. We should all switch to UTC. I would love that. I would love a common time zone. The problem with the common time zone is that the sun sets. If the sun didn't set, if the earth were flat and the sun didn't set, then we could all have the same time zone. If we wanted. So any progress there, Ryan?
Well, I mean, inside my body, yes. I feel myself digesting. There's been progress in this department.
Oh, please, that's not what I meant.
Zero. There's been zero progress here. I don't know. Ike World said that he's in the chat, but I think that's just a random person. That's just that. But yeah, other than that, there's no progress.
Okay.
Yeah, just my body locking in some no, I'm terrible. I'm awful. I'm being awful.
We don't need biology today, please.
Yes, you do.
No.
You do. We could use a
Look.
little bit for this
No.
all right?
Physics, not biology. Physics is my game here.
It all helps. No,
Yep.
honestly, yeah, I just don't know what to say. McToon is in the chat, not Marcus. Oh, thanks for that. I killed Earl. That helps me zero. Okay. Well, yeah, you're trying. Oh man, I don't know what to tell you though. This is like I said, it's very on brand for us at this point.
Oh, you know what? I'll check. They should be live over there or nearly live. on Apollo Detectives. So
Let's head on over. The two of us will be in the
there we are.
stream. Just
They might be just hanging out there saying, "Hey, yeah, they're live." They're
well, I was gonna say they are live. I hope
yeah.
that I can get their attention.
I just sent a thing. So
Yeah. Yeah.
Look at this. Apollo Detective says if Toon doesn't show up at 6:30 p.m., I'm shutting the feed down. Marcus cannot wait much longer. Marcus is waiting for the Zoom link you already sent him.
I think this is I think that this is yeah, it must have gone to his junk. It's just something. You're something else. I sent the Zoom link via email.
Click the link, Boomer.
Ask Marcus to check his junk folder.
They have no clue how to do anything. The Apollo Detectives are boomers all the way.
I don't know, man. This is something else.
All right.
Oh man.
I can turn up their volume a little bit more. It's
Did he think that I don't know. This is bizarre.
Did he think? Answer.
Did
No.
he think just what, like, did he think this was happening on another station? I don't understand. This is ritually bizarre. This has never happened, like where somebody's been like, "We're waiting for you," and it's like, "We're here in the Zoom chat."
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know what to say anymore. I'm gonna be my usual non-biased self when the debate begins. But
M. Shedler, yeah, go over to their chat, people. I'll grab it and let all of them know that we're waiting for Marcus to click the Zoom link.
Marcus is on Skype asking where Toon is. What? That's what Apollo Detectives just said.
Yeah,
we don't. Do
we're not on Skype.
Just check your email. Oh man. Oh, I'm sure, like, you know, things happen, technological mistakes, but it's been 2 nights and in a row now. We're not on Skype. You're just getting in there just to cause trouble. I know you're letting your whole chat just see all the shenanigans as you're typing it.
Go let them know. Go let them know. Everybody.
Don't let them know you're live right now. We're watching them begin. We're waiting. I don't. Like I said, I need good beer. This is too much. It's too much.
MC2 is on Teams. I should get. Oh, can I get 3 chats in here? Over here. All right. Should I replace on screen this one, which is mine, with the Apollo Detectives live chat? That's the question.
2 will do. 2 tall boys. Oh man.
2?
Still.
Only 2, huh?
Well, I got more in case. Anyways, I'm just, like I said, it's just a little confusing, but he was like, I don't know how are we supposed to join his Zoom meeting? He didn't send me any email saying
Skype.
Or sorry, a Skype meeting. Yeah. Gee.
I don't.
I'm just gonna bite my tongue. See, I know your people are waiting. My people are waiting. Oh, we love that. And I'm doing my best to not be a sarcastic son of a bitch. What is this?
Hey, let him over in the... I think Marcus is waiting for us over on GeoCities.
And FaceTime. I don't. But I was going to say, he didn't email me back to say, hey, we're doing it here. Like, what? Don't understand. I'm so fucking out of it now, man. This is so strange. Oh my God.
Oh my gosh.
Marcus.
I was doing the math. He said he was born during World War II, and that he was moved out of London up to the country for safety. Like he's more than a boomer, right? He's what's before boomer? I don't even know. I don't know if any of them are alive.
We're gonna be polite and just say experienced. But I will say, I went into I was so sore. I was doing a show the other night, and it was like 3 hours of just screaming music. Shameless plug for me. Anyways, my wife was like, "Do you want to go to the pool with me and my mom? We're gonna go for a swim." And they had a free swim, and I was like, "Nah." And I thought, "Oh yeah, hot tub. I'll go do that." It must have been Senior's Day, because like I walked in, and like it's one thing to have like one or two naked old fellas in there, but there was like 20 naked old fellas that were just coming in, and I walked outside, and I was just like this, and my wife and my mother-in-law looked at me, and they were like, "What's wrong?" And I was just like there was just like 20 like buttons that were holding scrotes to people's bodies in there.
What? No, stop, please. Oh my gosh.
You're the one that's
no, don't put that on me. Don't put. Oh my gosh.
Have you had this experience? I mean, you seem to have something upset with old people. So I mean, I'm just letting you know. Like, I feel you, man. I feel this experience. That was like 19 more than I'm used to on the daily, right? Like,
oh my god.
crazy.
Look at Apollo Detectives. What email did Toon send the link to? It's not me. It's so
just gonna pour my beer.
All right, I'm gonna switch.
The reason I bring it up is I can only think of things that upset me right now. Okay, that's my thing. It's like I'm in a negative mindset now. Oh my god, we could do this. Come on,
right.
Marcus.
Switching to that didn't switch. Why didn't that switch? Oh, I know why. Okay. Hold on.
Hi, Ryan. Thanks for the contact.
There we go.
I am waiting for Skype call at Marcus Allen 3.
Skype call.
We are on Zoom. We're
right,
gonna have to set this.
There's their
for a bit.
There's
You're on Zoom. You will need to join us.
Oh my gosh. Click the
via
link.
the link. I've tried this on Discord. I've tried it in other places. Guess what? I can't mute people, and it turns into a goddamn nightmare. Even if I don't have to mute them, just them knowing I can't, it's craziness, instant craziness. So no. All right, just 1 second here. All right. Andrew's no rest for Rye. That's the end of the story.
Andrew
right?
still says, MC Toon, my parents and yours are from the silent generation. My mom and dad are turning 82 this year. I'm sorry, my parents are not that old.
Marcus, Zoom link here. All right,
my
I'm sending
gosh.
it again. I'm sending it again. Can you resend, please? Yes, I'm going to send it again. This. I felt like I was being annoying when I sent it the 5th time, but now it's been sent 7 times. 7 times. Isn't that the perfect number? I don't know. I'm not into all that, but could you help me out here, Mike?
They're like, Randy Walsh's MDD should have been better organized. MDD always uses Zoom.
And we let people know that we use Zoom. I usually tell people to make sure it's updated, especially if they haven't been on in a while. I think you were on before the last update. So.
I have, yeah, but I mean, I don't know if Marcus was told or not, but I mean, it's only been 6 years you've been using Zoom. I don't know.
A long time, yeah. It's I don't know. Like I said, I feel like I can't even be a good comedian right now. I can only grumble. I hate everyone and everything. All right. No, I'm just kidding, everybody. It's fine. It's just that if you were around, FTFE was like up till like what 2 a.m. the other night or 3 a.m. waiting for Matthew to show up. All for Matthew to say after I had muted only FTFE through the debate.
Yeah.
To let him have his space to say what he needed to say. And then what does he say in the chat afterwards? Ryan is such a biased host. Well, I am biased,
only could handle the first part of that where it was hilarious. He's like the moon is rising at 6:15 and the sun is rising at 6:20. a.m., but the moon was setting at 6:15, not rising. He wasn't even smart enough to realize the difference between setting and rising of the moon. Poor guy.
My brain usually I usually have to be like, beer, brown, 5.2%. Somebody's speaking in my ear. I can't make face. Right? Like my face is going to contort and then they're going to read it. But no, I always find that interesting. It's like, yeah, everybody's biased, but I don't think, if anything, I find that maybe because I understand my biases, I've often gone back in debates and been like, oh, I might have been like extra hands-on with the person I agree with. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just because I don't want to accidentally not, allow for the other side to have their space, right? Because that's part of what makes most people want to come to modern day debate. They're like, oh, I won't come on your channel. Let's do it in a neutral space. It's like, yeah, James puts his bias in the description, but I don't know. I do what I can.
Oh, look at that. We got Jimmy B. Sap Pimp. Jimmy B's a pimp? He thinks I'm a puss.
Link sent 7 times now to Ryan, someone in their chat. It is true.
Jimmy B's a pimp. I said, I'll debate you next, or now, since Marcus is too boomer to click the link.
If he's not here, yeah, honestly, like I'm calling this, and like honestly, maybe if he could let me know, is he downloading the Zoom? Like I've got no intel here. It's just darkness. Darkness falls across the land. Yeah, before you get demoned. All right, I might check with James to see if that's all right. If you have somebody wants to maybe come and take his place in, like, I don't know, 30 minutes the max. Like,
Randy thinks that I should get a new moderator.
You should on
Randy.
Your show. You can hire me.
They should get a new link clicker. Oh my gosh.
This
is great. David says, don't blame the boomer Apollo denier. I just saw in MySpace that there's a CompuServe outage.
Oh man. You don't.
Oh my
just
gosh,
keep pouring.
that's great.
Just gonna keep pouring this up here.
Tim Davidson says, this might give away my real name, but my second cousin was on Apollo 9 and Gemini 4. Well, who might that be? There's but one person. Zoomy Tomato says, okay, send the carrier pigeon and go ahead and prepare a smoke signal. We're gonna have to send TCP over carrier pigeon though. Let's see. Tim Davidson says, I will take one of the drugs, good sir. I would like to inject a line of the pot.
Oh man. All right, I'm gonna see if James can send this guy this link, 'cause I don't understand. Do you see this chat right now? Like,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm doing what I can, like I said, just to not lose my marble, but holy lightning, that's there needs to be, I don't know. I'm gonna shush. I'm gonna say more than I should.
Apollo
I've already said
Detective.
more than I should, right? That's what I do.
Apollo Detective. Yeah, let me say it all. Apollo Detective says, Toon, call Marcus on Skype and send him a link there. You have Marcus so confused right now. You were to call Marcus on Skype. I was not to call Marcus on Skype. Marcus was to click a Zoom link.
The Zoom link is in his email. Why does he need me to go on Skype and send him the Zoom link? Like I said, I'm just going to say, I'm going to give him, how long should I give him? I hate being impolite, but I'm getting near the end of my stinky Canadian rope here. Holy fucking Johannesburg. We're over in some bizarre territory.
He wants the Zoom link sent via Skype.
You're still laughing over that, you poor thing.
What? What? Dude,
It's 2:30 in the morning. Yeah,
oh my
that's
gosh.
cool. I mean, it's time in certain places for everybody. Fuck's sakes! Oh my god, I'd put this in their chat right now because there's only a couple people hanging out. But now your chat knows where to go if they want to spam that link. Man,
Glober Bob says if Marcus is confused by clicking on Skype instead of Zoom, then he's too confused to debate.
I am just gonna see what is your email, Apollo Detective, since clearly they are clearly the tech caretaker here.
Oh my gosh.
Suffering.
Chris Lael, I think is Chris, says this is not the Temple of Tune. Maybe you should debate Niall. What's Niall? I don't know what that means. PG Tony says I unilaterally declare the debate is being held in my office. All of you are late. And being the only real person here, then yeah, I guess we must take that. Gina Forrest is a new member at Newton. Thank you for that.
Fancy.
Oh, Otto says Apollo defectives. Oh.
Oh man.
You're not Ryan. You can't laugh at that. Only I can.
Shush. Shush. Yes. You stop making me laugh. I am neutral. I am not mad or. Yeah. No. Just. I'm just gonna change the time on this. I'm just so disappointed. I was so hopeful. I was like, can this just all work out this evening? Unlike the last. Like I said, I think this happened the last time with FTFE, and then the time before that with FTFE, and then the time before that with you. We were doing fucking math questions on your live stream. Like, I don't know what the hell's going on. And I'm giving him till 10:45 my time, or 10:45 on this
Marcus
stream.
is going to bed in 10 minutes if we can't straighten this out.
All right. Okay. 1 second. I'm gonna be 1 second.
Oh. Lael says NDT. Neil, not Niel. But Chris says NDT. Yeah, it's Lael, I know. NDT, Neil deGrasse Tyson. So, yep. We've got a Mr. King Sleepy, first name Sofa, says Clay Tablet Carrier Pigeon Protocol, CTCPP. Tim Davison says I could pretend to be a flurf. I did just inject the pot. The pot. Oh my gosh.
I have smoked the weeds. I don't know what to bring anymore. How do I do? Oh man. All right, I'm sending this to Apollo.
Yeah,
Moonhoax guy here.
Yeah, webmaster at ApolloMoonhoax.com.
Zoom link here. If he's in a Skype chat with him, surely he can pass this link along. Please make sense, people. I don't understand. All I know is that they will probably comb your video afterwards and be like, fuck this guy.
Oh my gosh. Man of War says Marcus says, I've fallen and I can't get up. That's a bit. I don't know. Is that too much? One in the chat if that's too much, and two if it's just fine. Aaron Reese says you're going to need to fax him a copy of the Zoom link and give him some time to type it in one finger at a time.
So they're saying in the live chat that he has no link in his email. That's what they just put. But I got an email from him 2 minutes ago saying that the link didn't work. I don't understand.
Oh my gosh.
That's all your stream is going to be tonight. It's just going to be me sitting here saying, I don't fucking understand, and just relegating over the things that have been irking me lately in my life. You want to hear some more?
Yes. Tell me all of your pains and sorrows.
Well, you know what the last thing that I told you about.
As long as it doesn't include scrote talk. I don't.
Yeah. We've both had a negative experience here lately, you know. But anyway, what address do you send a link? He has no link. I just sent you an email, Apollo Detectives. I sent another copy to your email.
He's a Zoom link denier.
Someone in your chat say that, or are you just coming up with that?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Oh my gosh. And the link says the link saying you are a prince from Nigeria, and they need to click the link for millions. Oh my goodness.
All right. Gonna send this guy a second email. He sent me another email to send it to here. This is pulling teeth. This is like trying to get my kids clean by G. Just
M2M, who's also in England in the same time zone as Marcus, says my dad is the same age as Marcus and knows how to click a link and get on Zoom. I stay up until 2:30 a.m. for this boomer that can't tech. Tim Davidson says Arwen versus Aaron. Huh? What do you think? Would you host that? That would be amazing.
Aaron and Arwen?
Arwen. Do you know Arwen?
I think so. The name sounds familiar. What are they usually on?
He's usually on YouTube all by himself. Live streaming with 10 Globers pretending to be flat earthers and 2 flat earthers that actually are flat earthers.
That sounds, well, based on tonight's experience, like a total fucking nightmare. Like, holy shit. I am losing my goal. I do not get paid enough. All right, no, let's see. Follow up in case went to junk folder. I want to join you. I am ready and primed for our debate.
Oh my gosh.
The email below it. I'm not shitting you. Like, this is so wild. Like, I show you. This guy's sitting in chat telling them I didn't send him this. Look, I want to join you. I'm primed for our debate. You primed. Here's the link below. I sent it.
It's there.
The link is not connecting. What gives? And then a couple minutes later, they say they don't have the link.
So he doesn't know the difference between not connecting.
I'm not bullshitting. Like I said, you did the thing. I'm doing my job. Oh, fuck.
That's great.
I'm getting my potty mouth out. I can't help it. It's just, yeah. If he can't get in here, like I said, within like 10 minutes, then yeah. If you got somebody you want to debate, maybe we'll look at doing that at like, 15 minutes from now. I don't know. Chat with your live chat. See who really hates you tonight.
Oh, dear. Apollo Detectives, get this. He says, you lot have to realize that Marcus is now 83 years of age and not tech savvy. Why you guys picked 2 a.m. for a debate is beyond me. I did not pick the time. I said I'm free Wednesday. Today I'm open. Today I had a wide open schedule. I could have gone earlier, and Marcus said any time is fine for him.
I'm containing myself.
I have the emails. I got the receipts. It was Marcus who completely said that's perfectly fine, and then he said, "Hey, that's whatever AM for me. It will be quiet here," and he was quite pleased for that to be the case. So,
I mean, this does happen every once in a while where we book somebody for ADT and then ADT comes and they're like, oh, it's way too late for me. And it's like, why are you booking the debate? Just say that doesn't work for me. And
yeah, Marcus said
some
yes.
Other time in some other place. It's fine.
Marcus gave the thumbs up to it. So M. Shedler says Boomer trying to ride the information superhighway with a typewriter. My grandma typed on a manual typewriter, and she was great. she would sit down with a piece of paper and you have to, I don't know if you ever saw one of those, but you had to press those keys hard, and she did. She did, and she would type fast. So, ooh, we've got David here. What did David say? Oh, wait, no, that's okay. That's fine.
What's fine?
No,
Something's fine?
somebody held the message that David sent that said, "Oh, just got a message from the Apollo denier. ... dash 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 dash." Right, a combination of those. So, oh my gosh. So yes,
Let's just go.
Apollo
I don't know.
detectives, which I think is Bob, earlier said that he's 82, and now he's aged to 83 somehow.
All right, so this Bob Williams just emailed me back. He said he's forwarding the link. Sorry to cut you off. I have
That's
news.
all right.
There's an update. Holy lightning. Breaking news, everybody. Yes, we have the link being forwarded. Now, does that mean that he has Zoom? We'll find out after these few messages, right? Honestly, geez. Next thing we'll know, they'll say he doesn't have enough space on his Windows 95.
Hey, I'm supposed to be making these jokes, not you.
My brain is constantly thinking of them the whole time that I'm holding it.
Look, he's installing it on the Windows 98 laptop that his grandson gave him when he stopped using it. When
Oh man, I'm just gonna hold down my desk here, peel this label that says THC off this vape pen so nobody knows what's going on over here. You guys have no idea what I'm doing. And
you did just give it away, but
I did not. Actually, I only half tore the sticker off, so now it only says THC and the little leaf is gone. Oh, that was me.
You're in Canada. It's okay. It's all legit there, I guess. I'm in Minnesota. It's mostly legit here too. Apparently there's some restrictions on how strong it can be. I don't know.
That's strange.
It's not my thing.
This is 90% here, concentrate. You could just buy it at the liquor store, which seems like a bad idea, but, beer.
Zoom erases debunking moon landing so easy. Clicking on Zoom link, not so easy. Oh.
Bob said he sent it along, so.
Oh, all right. Well, good.
Hopefully it's in their Skype chat now.
Gosh.
And I don't know.
Apollo Detectives is trying to blame me. He says Toons should have set this up and call Marcus as a courtesy call.
All right. Cool. All right. Just 1 second then.
Oh my gosh. I just.
Then the next. What? Is that a Zoom?
Oh my gosh.
No, that's funny. I'm sorry, I can't help it. Is that a Zoom link? Well, I mean, I guess I said I was going to send you a Zoom link, and it's a link, and then it's got a password, and it says. This is so confusing, man. I don't know. That is a Zoom link, yes. I'm so sorry, Bob. If you're watching this later and you see us laughing, it's just the way this is unfolding. I'm sure. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and say it's just the way this is unfolding. It looks incredibly hilarious.
Oh, Marcus has no link again. It went away. Is this a Skype link or a Zoom link?
You stole my joke and you made it older. Commodore 64. Practice your typing skills. All right. Is this a Skype link or a Zoom link? It is a Zoom link.
Oh my gosh.
We host on Zoom.
Tim teases he has an Amiga. Thank you very much. Tim T. Oh my god. Tim T, is he firing up his video toaster so that he can render Babylon 5 on it?
Or we know.
Oh.
Reschedule.
Tim Davidson says it's an ID10T error or a PEBCAC. Tim Davidson then again says, is he injecting a pot? Shame. Oh my gosh. Oh, Marcus is using a Mac. He's using that first Mac portable from 1992.
I remember the ones with the see-through plastic. That was a good time.
No, it's older than that. It
Oh,
had
no.
an LCD screen that folded down over the keyboard, and then it'd flip up, right? And it was tiny. It was a tiny screen. The whole thing that flipped up was just, mostly nothing. It was just that little screen. And the keyboard there, and then there was a built-in trackball. It was...
I love that.
yeah.
The trackball. I love the memes. I was there, Gandalf. I was there 3,000 years ago.
Jiffy
I love how
Jiffold...
it's such a nice round number, too. Good for them.
Jiffy Jiffold says, Marcus couldn't detect a gas leak with a lighter.
Marcus changed computers to his Zoom system. He's got a whole Zoom system.
Oh my god.
He should be a professional of this. All right. What I'm going to do. Here's
Oh my gosh.
I'm going to back out of this call with you right quick. I'm going to send you a new Zoom link.
Oh my gosh.
And that's going to dispel any of this link's not working stuff. Maybe he clicked on it and then clicked that he didn't want to join or something. I don't know. Just try.
Okay.
Just try to contain yourself.
Okay.
You'll be okay for like 5 minutes.
I'll try. Yep.
This is crazy. All right. I'll see you in a few.
All right.
All right.
Oh my gosh. It's great. I'm going to, let's see. All right. I want to leave. I'm just going to take him off. I'm going to leave so you can see the chat there. Toon should have had this set up. I'm not hosting. Oh my gosh. It's how can they be so oh my gosh. Typical of MDD's tactics that you send a Zoom link 10 minutes before the show starts. How typical. Oh my gosh. How dare he send a Zoom link? Ten minutes before start time. Oh my gosh. All right. I got a new Zoom link. Click. I clicked on it and it's opening. And I'm entering the passcode. Oh my gosh. This is hilarious. And all right, let's see. Make sure I get that set up. Get that set up. Join. Here comes. Joining. There it is. All right.
There he is. Just who I wanted to see.
Just me, though, right?
No, yeah, it is just you. I mean, I make it sound like sarcastic. You're not so bad, Mike. You're not so bad. But yeah. Let's see. Toon sends Marcus a link that will not connect. Toon is not sending you links. What the God? I'm so confused. Apollo, I sent you the email. I just don't understand. That's all your stream is going to be. You're just going to have comments for days being like, Ryan doesn't understand. We all
Oh my gosh.
got that. I sent the emails. Now he's saying it looks like this will have to be rescheduled. And they were sitting here making it sound like, like you're just not showing up. Are they chatting on this too?
Oh yeah, they're well, I don't think that they're live on their, let's see.
I think they are.
Yeah, they don't have anything on screen. They just have your waiting screen showing. That's it. So the only thing happening, well, let's see. Yeah, I have their volume up and I don't hear anything. So
yeah, same here.
Oh my gosh.
I'm just, yeah. What the? Bob. Marcus clicked the link and it doesn't work. Now what? All right, well, what we'll do, as I suppose, yeah, we can close this down. If you wanted to debate, I mean, if you got somebody who wants to debate, we can certainly do it, but I don't think this is going to happen tonight.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
He's obviously not.
they're not trying, I don't think. There's just no way.
I have no idea. I mean, I don't think that he's trying to run away. I just think that he's just so confused he can't handle anything.
All right. I'm sending Bob 1 second. I'm going to send Bob this second link.
Ryan has sent you the link 7 times now.
I have sent it more than that.
Hey, Apollo detectives, you're a bunch of failures. Yes, you're conspiracy theorists that can't figure out how to click Zoom links, that blame everybody except the person to be blamed, Marcus, who received an email but did not click the link and is blaming everybody other than Marcus, who's now had the link for 1 full hour. Oh my gosh.
I sent you the updated link.
Wow.
My God. Anyway.
Oh my gosh.
Swell. Absolutely swell. I could have been sleeping right now.
I think Marcus is.
He was actually, yeah, he went to bed 9 minutes ago, according to what they were saying. So, nappy nap time.
Oh my
I
gosh.
don't get it. Why book the debate?
It's like watching the Three Stooges.
Just watching the live chat here, just losing it. They're just like, what is happening?
I love how they're blaming everybody except the one person at fault, Marcus.
I like, you know what's actually even funnier than that is that, like, even the parts that they could blame, like, oh, Mike should have sent the link out like, they're not even coming at me being like, hey, the organizers, it's like nothing about James in the chat. It's like, Mike should have done this. It's like, I don't know. Like, were you the original person in contact with this guy, or was it somebody that
every email was copied to James? So Rasa initially said it should be Marcus, and I replied then to that, and I said, yeah, let's do that. So then I got an email from Bob saying something, and my first reply included James and said, okay, let's do it on here James can host, Modern Day Debate can host. Everything was just a reply all. That's all I ever did. And so, yep.
Greg Lawrence says, in mine, stream has been canceled due to boomer tech. That's the old Commodore 64.
Look at this. Alan Nordstrom is blaming me. Oh, that's cute.
Moments like these. It's precious, you know? We got to enjoy this, Mike. We've got to take these moments for what they're worth. We could be getting driven a whole lot crazier, or at least you could be. Tonight is just me. I just get to be driven crazy tonight. You get to watch me lose my marbles.
I just get a laugh at the people that think that they're smarter than 400,000 scientists. Can't even click a link.
Yeah, you're still in there, chat, I see.
Oh my gosh.
Let's see. I've got another thanks, Ryan. Let's see.
Oh my
Come
gosh.
on, email, load up. The email, all I read out of it is, it seems I have a problem. It's still loading. Just give me a second. I thought you'd have fun with just the fact that that's all I can do.
Oh my gosh.
It's a problem with my Zoom connection. The Zoom icon on my desk is showing a question mark, which I've never seen before.
Oh my gosh.
What could be the problem?
You have to do tech support. Boomer tech support.
I'm just.
Oh my gosh.
Do you have? I'm gonna just ask this guy if he's got a cell phone. Come on, you can get the app. Like, we would be rolling.
Oh my gosh.
It Maybe
Look,
easier.
he had to stop playing Oregon Trail to join us here. So I love that. Um, Andrew Stoll, perfect. I love it. Oh, all right. Oh, I missed a couple. Tim Tully says he's shouting 10110 into the phone. David says he was ready to load up Zoom, but then he dropped the stack of punch cards. Tim Davidson says, "Do not speak to me of the old magic. I was there when single color became RGC. VGA crew represent." You remember CGA, anybody? Before VGA? Remember playing games in CGA? I don't. I'm too young for that. But some people, lore says that some people played CGA graphics. Some people may have even played the real-time strategy Dune 2 in CGA graphics.
Classic. Man.
Apollo Detectives, we always use Skype for chats like this on our shows. It always works for us.
Marcus Allen has entered the waiting room.
Oh my goodness.
How am I going to wheel in all my snark now? I've been
You gotta calm
so
down.
cranked up.
Yeah,
I do.
just do this right here. All right.
I always am that way. Don't worry. I'm a kind person.
Oh, look, we made it.
I'm
Hi,
glad you
guys.
made it. Yes, I was going to say, it seems like we were having some issues there with the Zoom link. How you doing?
I'm doing fine now. Now I can see you. This is so much better.
Good, good. Hopefully it's better than Skype, and it was worth coming on. Because yeah, we do usually do it through Zoom. Actually, there's only been once that I did through another service, and that was Discord, and it was not great. So I'm Ryan. I'm the host tonight. Mike's here. We're ready to roll pretty much. So the rules are the usual. You'll each have 10 minutes or up to 10 minutes to make an introductory statement, and then we'll go into an open discussion. So,
open discussion. Okay. Yeah.
now generally, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I got some pictures I'll be showing later. So I thought it would be a similar sort of setup. So 10 minutes to make my statement. Mike will then presumably tear me apart, tell me what an idiot I am, and I will finish it. Or something.
I don't think it'll go quite like that. Yeah, well, like I say, we'll have an open discussion, and then usually the audience will have their Q&A and have quite a few questions to spring us into different directions. But,
I hope so.
Yeah, that's usually my favorite part because then I get to be a part of it. So,
Okay.
right, let me just start up the stream here, and usually with these, you're all right to go first, are you, Marcus?
Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, no problem.
All right, excellent. All right, let me just start up the stream. Now, I'd just like to go check it, make sure it's actually up and running, because every once in a while, it just doesn't work as well. And wouldn't that be fun if I ran into a tech issue at the end of everything?
You better not.
I'm sure you won't.
No, it'll be fine. Though I have had many times I've started the show, and it starts out with, and I'm not making any noise yet. Yeah,
Well,
all the time.
It's fine here. I can hear you fine. I'm sure Mike can hear as well.
Sounds good to me.
That's good. Well done. Looking forward to your question, sir.
There we go. Stream is up and running, so I'm going to pop us over to the main stream, and then I'll hand you the floor. So just
Right.
bear with me here, fellas.
Okay. Let's see if I can see the stream as well. That would help.
Oh, yeah, for sure. All right, I'm going to introduce us, and then we'll get going. Good evening, everybody. Debate. Tonight we're going to be debating, was the moon landing a hoax? And we have Mike and Marcus here to debate with us tonight, or debate on our stream tonight. So welcome, Marcus. You have 10 minutes on the floor, and they're all yours.
Thank you. I shall look at my watch to make sure I keep to the 10 minutes because I know that time is precious. We never get it back. So, hi guys, all out there listening, all friends, subscribers, antagonists, people who don't agree with me. You're welcome. I look forward to your questions. because my position, as far as the Apollo moon landings are concerned, is quite straightforward. It was a brilliantly executed propaganda exercise to persuade the world of the superiority of American technology. In that, it succeeded brilliantly. The majority of the world believes that man has landed on the moon. That was the purpose. But I hope I will be able to demonstrate as we go through this that no humans have ever flown to, walked across, and returned from the moon. Plenty of unmanned craft have done that. That's not in dispute. But have human little creatures, have we flown to, landed on, and walked across the lunar surface? I see no evidence for it. I'm sure you'll be able to, should see evidence for it. Now, if you want to believe in Apollo and the moon landings, it's entirely your decision. I believe in three things: Father Christmas, the Tooth Fairy, and the Easter Bunny. For everything else, I want evidence. Hard, factual, incontrovertible evidence. That's what I want. For 25 years. No, more than that now, 30 years. I've been looking into this subject. And I want to find out what happened, because you can tell I'm old enough to have been around when it first happened. Back in 1969, July the 20th, 1969, was when these alleged landings happened. And for 25 years, I believed it. I have no reason not to, as most people had no reason not to believe it. We watched it on television, didn't we? Television doesn't lie. Now, I've seen gorillas climb the Empire State Building on television. I've seen dinosaurs chase kids around Jurassic Park on television. I've seen man on the moon on television. Should I believe it? Well, it would appear that that would be a sensible thing to do. The majority of people do believe it. I happen to be not one of them. I've been looking into this subject, and in order to make sure that you get the correct view of it, you have to put Apollo into the context of its time, the late 1960s, early 1970s. What else was happening in America at that time? Well, the Vietnam War was ranking up to be a particularly unpleasant event. 58,000 Americans died in Vietnam as 3 million Vietnamese died. America tried to bomb them back to the Stone Age, and in some cases may have succeeded. It was a very unpleasant time. Robert Kennedy was killed. Martin Luther King was killed. John Kennedy was killed. Assassinations. Troops were on the streets. Kent State University, students were being shot with real bullets. What's going on? America was falling apart. There had to be a good news story. Apollo was the good news story. Whether it is real or not is totally irrelevant. If people could be persuaded that it was real, that would be something to celebrate. And if it was real, it would be something to celebrate. But there are three problems with us delicate little humans getting into space. One of them is the heat generated by the sun on the spacecraft for 24 hours a day. Second problem is radiation, also from the sun and from deep space. Galactic cosmic rays from deep space, solar particle events from the sun, solar flares. Not conducive to human health. And the third and possibly the most important aspect of space travel for humans is the vacuum of space. The vacuum is that there's nothing there. Space has nothing in it. It's a vacuum. But a vacuum has several effects on photographic film specifically. No, people may not be familiar with photographic film. Here it is. This is a piece of photographic film. 35mm film, this is. So plastic backing coated with emulsion, light-sensitive emulsion. You can see the light-sensitive part. Now, if you put photographic film into a vacuum, what happens? It outgasses. It's one of the results of a vacuum. The lighter elements in the emulsion, which started life as a liquid, outgas. The hydrogen, the helium, the oxygen, they outgas. In other words, they are forced out by the lack of pressure in a vacuum. So you've got that as a problem. So if that occurs, and we've done the tests on vacuum chambers to see if that is the case, take a photographic film similar to that used on Apollo. It's called S-star based, that's polyester, that's the plastic backing. It was thin, so you could get lots into the camera, 200 exposures into the Hasselblad camera. And then you have the problem with the camera itself. The camera had no viewfinder. The camera was not a point-and-shoot camera. You had to operate the exposure manually, but you're wearing heavy-duty gardening gloves to operate the camera. Would you operate a camera with heavy-duty gardening gloves and get the result that we see? It's not a very sensible thing to use, heavy-duty gardening gloves. But we see the 5,771 photographs taken allegedly on the lunar surface by the 12 named astronauts. So what's going on? Those photographs were all taken here on Earth under controlled conditions by professional photographers, most likely at Cannon Air Force Base, which was where in June 1968, President Lyndon Johnson, president at the time, was the host to several senior NASA personnel who were present to watch, in June 1968 this was, to watch the Apollo 11 landing being fabricated. There was also a fabrication done at what's called Hangar 1 in Menlo Park in San Francisco. And a lot of the post-production work would have been conducted at Lookout Mountain Laboratories in Laurel Canyon, north of Los Angeles, the US Air Force Film Laboratory. But 600,000 people, well, 600 million people watched the Apollo moon landings live on television. I was one of them. I watched them live. And I believed them. And when I came to investigate it, I found that there were so many holes in the story that it gave a possible impression of a sieve. Now, if you've got all these problems with the alleged moon landings, how can we be sure that what we were told and what are still being told by NASA, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, or as the New York Times dubbed them in 1969 when they were trying to get answers out of them, never a straight answer, or no astronauts sent anywhere, or numerous anomalies and scams abound, or any other strange stories you want to make? These are all still to be answered, and that is why I ask for hard, factual, incontrovertible evidence to demonstrate that the moon landing has happened. I haven't seen it yet. I have a book which answers many of these questions. It's 29 chapters and 246 references, all of which can be accessed online. There's a website, aulis, AULIS.com, which has a great deal of this information from Russian scientists from all around the world, Russian filmmakers, people who've examined the Apollo record, now they have access to it, and have come to the conclusion that it was a fabricated story.
20 seconds left.
Okay. Now, I have read many of the books written about Apollo. Neil Armstrong's biography, Neil Armstrong's story. I also, fortunately, have the owner's workshop manual for Apollo 11, and even better, the workshop manual for Apollo 13. We can discuss Apollo 13 if you like, because that is a fascinating story, which very few people are even aware of. What happened to it, where it landed, who found it, when it was returned.
All right, so we're at time there. So I will let you just put a little bow on your opening statement, but if you want to go down into some more examples after Mike's intro, that's fine. So if you want to put a little bow on what you've presented so far, I'll give you another 10 to 15 there just to put a bow on it.
Sure, okay, that's fine, thank you.
Okay. All right. Excellent. Well, thank you so much, Marcus Allen, for coming to Modern Day Debate, and being patient to get on with the tech because we had a couple little hiccups there, but we're glad that everything worked out in the end. If you're hanging out in the live chat, hit the like button, share this out in those spaces you like having these discussions. We are a neutral platform hosting debates on science, politics, religion. We do hope you feel welcome here at Modern Day Debate. And I will also say thank you, LJ, for already putting in a super chat. We are going to take questions from the audience at the end. So if you have a question, put it into a super chat. And with that, I'm going to hang up the old broom here. No more housekeeping for me. And you have up to 10 minutes on the floor there, Mike.
All right, I'm going to share my screen. All right, when you're ready.
Yeah, whenever you are.
All right, there you go.
Yeah, you're up and running.
All right, here is a video of Marcus from 12 years ago, I think.
Marcus, you said something right at the very beginning. You said, I do not doubt that man landed on the moon. Is that correct? So, in fact, you are not advocating that man did not land on the moon, but merely saying that to try to make this a more aesthetically delightful, visual epic, some of the photography was hammed up in a studio somewhere.
The Apollo record was enhanced.
The Apollo record was enhanced, but you're not actually saying that they didn't land on the moon.
There is more than enough evidence that I'm persuaded by, specifically, as I say, the photographs of the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, which show the landers where they're supposed to be. I've checked the Apollo photographs overhead and compared them to the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter photographs of the same mission. The pattern of craters matches, the position matches.
All right, so Marcus agrees that we landed on the moon. Here is specifically what he's talking about. This is the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter right here. This is a series of photos of Apollo 11 right here. You can see there the different shadow angles. So this is they're not sequential. They're done by the sun angle. It's pretty cool there. This is let's see, is this Apollo 15? I just chose a couple of these real quick. So these are what he's talking about. This is the evidence that Marcus 12 years ago said was sufficient evidence to convince him that we landed on the moon, that humans landed on the moon. You can see the human footprints there going all over the place. Pretty cool that you can see them. So thank you for that, Marcus. Now I'm going to go right here to the Apollo 15 feather drop. Feather and hammer, and I'll play this little bit here.
Jim, we copied both solar wind and penetrometer drum in the ETB.
If you can blow it up a little bit, that might be better for the live chat.
Yes, I will shortly. I want to watch.
Thanks, Mike.
You have a good picture there. I've got
Beautiful picture, Dave.
Well, in my left hand I have a feather. In my right hand, a hammer. And I guess one of the reasons we got here today was because of a gentleman named Galileo a long time ago who made a rather significant discovery about falling objects in gravity fields. And we thought that where would be a better place to confirm his findings than on the moon. And so we thought we'd try it here for you. The feather happens to be appropriately a falcon feather for our falcon. And I'll drop the two of them here, and hopefully they'll hit the ground at the same time. How about that? Which proves that Mr. Galileo was correct in his findings.
All right, so that's pretty cool. We can see that the hammer and feather fell at the same rate. That confirms they did this in very low pressure. So in the vicinity of the moon is a very low pressure area. So very nice for there. Now the question you may have is, how fast did it fall? Did it fall matching moon gravity or Earth gravity? Well, I have counted the frames. This particular video we're looking at is at 29.97 frames per second. It took 36 frames to fall. But I'll first go over the specific amount of time predicted for the globe. If you want, we can go over the kinematic equations. I'm ready to go over every step of that live if you want. But in the meantime, I'll just say that the prediction for the amount of time for the feather and hammer to fall according to moon gravity is 1.215 seconds, and the amount of time for Earth gravity is 0.495 seconds. Now, when you count the number of frames, like I said, 36 frames at 29.97 frames per second, that gives us the predicted number of frames for the moon is 36.42 frames, matching the moon. The globe, if it was regular Earth gravity, it would be 14.8 frames, or it would take just about half a second. So the amount of time for the moon is 1.215 seconds. The amount of time to drop on the Earth is 0.495 seconds. So it totally matches the Earth gravity, the moon gravity. So we confirm there, number one, that it's in vacuum of the moon pressure there, and number two, that the gravity matches, the amount of gravity matches. So that's how we know for certain that humans were there doing that, and this was broadcast live. Further, here is Apollo 16. Apollo 16, they had the what they call the Grand Prix. I'll play it here. This was filmed starting here with a handheld recorder. This was not live broadcast, but you can see here, this is the cool thing about this is how far they're going. Now, whether this, I know Marcus might attempt to claim that this was a scale model of, and then it was then radio controlled. Of course, he will provide evidence for that, or I will dismiss it. This was filmed by Charlie Duke, and I think it was Young that was driving it, if I'm right. The cool thing about this again is that the dust pattern shows that there's no air, and the amount of time that it takes confirms that there is moon gravity. So this is a rather large area for, I'll pause it there because this isn't the important part. That's a rather large area to go over in some sort of a set. And how on a set was this set in a vacuum, the entire set, because it's a larger area than any known vacuum chamber on Earth. So Marcus would need to provide the documentation for the building of this gigantic, the biggest vacuum chamber ever built. And further, he would have to somehow show how the gravity was made to be significantly lower than on Earth. So that'll be fun to go over that. So that's my presentation of evidence that I'm gonna stop my share here, that humans were on the moon. The footprints by the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter that Marcus already said was acceptable to him as a proof that people were on the moon. The hammer and feather drop that matches moon gravity and was obviously done in a vacuum, and the buggy there that was done also obviously in moon gravity when you actually do the kinematics application of it. So thank you for that. That's all I've got.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Mike and Marcus, for your introductory statements. We are going to move into an open discussion, everybody. So if you have questions for either of our speakers, get them in the old Q&A. And I will remind everybody once again that if you're listening on podcast right now, where all of our debates are uploaded within 24 hours, and our speakers are also tagged in those descriptions. So if you like what you're hearing, you can check them out. I will also let you know that if you want to ask these questions live, you've got to subscribe to the Modern Day Debate YouTube channel. That's where they're happening. That's where we're live. And Marcus, I'm going to hand the ball over to you and just let you respond to some of what you've heard. And then Mike, feel free to jump in and engage in the open discussion. So let's do it there, fellas.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Mike. I appreciate what you explained. I got a couple of questions. You showed me at the British Interplanetary Society. Do you know who it was who asked the question of me?
No, I don't.
It was David Baker, who worked for NASA. He's written many books on the subject. He's very knowledgeable about space. He's written encyclopedias on the subject. I've met him many times. He's a very charming man. He was the editor of the, hang on a minute, British Interplanetary Society House magazine called Spaceflight. Where's my copy of it? I've got a copy of it here. Anyway, charming man, and obviously he would be concerned because my point that I was making at that presentation. Now, do you know when I gave that presentation?
It's 2012, right?
2012, April 2012, before the London Olympics was held, i.e. 12 years ago. Do you think I might have increased my knowledge on the subject in that 12-year period?
Oh, certainly. So yeah, you'll be presenting then, of course, the falsification of the stuff that at that time you said was acceptable for you, right?
Oh, talking about the LRO, yes, that had happened about 3 years earlier. All I'm saying is that that particular point has been brought up by several NASA supporters, I assume they are, because that's all they ever talk about. I've been doing this investigation for 30 years, ever since somebody mentioned that the photographs might possibly not be representative of what they were showing, a man on the moon. And because I was trained as a photographer and I used the camera equipment that I subsequently found out was used by Apollo, the Hasselblad 500 EL camera, very, very good camera, built like a Swiss watch, extraordinary piece of equipment. I knew what it could and couldn't do. Now, I showed photographic film. How many people have actually used photographic film? Have you used it, Mike?
Yes.
You have. Have you used a photographic film camera?
Yes.
Have you used a digital camera?
Yes.
Do you know the difference between the two?
Of course I do.
Exactly. I would expect everybody to know the difference between a film camera and a digital camera. The film is affected by the vacuum of space, as we've established. We've used vacuum chambers. We've had it confirmed by universities in Greece, University of Patras, that photographic film is seriously affected by vacuum.
What film did you test?
Kodak Ektachrome transparency material.
Okay, why didn't you test the same film that Apollo used?
That's what they used.
No, Apollo used SO-368 film, SO standing for Special Order, film that you could not have tested. So you did not test the same film that they used.
How do you know we didn't?
Because
How do you know we didn't?
Because
How do you know we didn't get hold of the same film?
I read your aulas.com presentation there. It's a different film.
Okay.
So what process did you use to develop that film, Marcus?
The E41 process, the same process is used.
Why didn't you use the E3 or E4 process that they used then? You
Well,
couldn't
it's
have.
possible.
You couldn't have. Right? You didn't use the same film. You didn't use the same development process.
No, that is incorrect. The process was followed very precisely, not by me. I didn't carry out the development of the film. That was done by Robert Williams.
Okay. But you didn't use the same process that they used to do the development.
Yes, we did. We checked out what the process would be.
What process did you use then? Where's the documentation for that?
How different would the process be between what the film was developed on Apollo and what is used today? It was very difficult to get hold of.
I'm not saying that it's even possible to test. I'm just saying you didn't do the same thing. You didn't use the same film. Well, I read your page. You did not use the same film, and you did not use the same development process.
How do you know that the film wasn't exactly the same film? It took a lot of time to find it.
Because you did not order. It's not listed on your page there that you got SO-368 film. It's a special order. How did you get a special order film from Kodak that they special ordered in the 60s and didn't make in the 2000s when you did this test? How did you get that film? You didn't. I know you didn't. Of course you didn't.
All right.
I wouldn't expect that you would. But you know what I did? Hold on. I looked at your page. No, I'll answer this. I looked at your page. You took a photo and it was a successful photo. The only thing wrong was the color was off. Things that can be addressed with the color plates that they have at the beginning of each of their rolls.
All right, let's let Marcus have some space here to respond and get his ideas out.
Right, it's all very well for you to claim that we didn't use precisely the same film that was allegedly used on the moon and precisely the same development process that Kodak would have used in 1969. But if that film was so great that Kodak developed the special order film that they developed in the 1960s, why has it never been on sale? It never has been on sale.
Why would they have to make a special order film on sale? It's would there be any market for it? Not a whole lot of places are going to be taking photos in vacuums.
Yeah, of course there would be a market for it if it could do it in a vacuum.
Who is going to buy a film that you can take in a vacuum other than NASA?
A lot of people will.
Name one.
No.
Who? You?
Okay.
You're not going to be taking photos in a vacuum. Normal people don't get opportunities to take photos in vacuums, so there's no market opportunity for it. You're not a very good marketer, Marcus.
Who has used film in a vacuum?
NASA has.
What?
NASA has, of course.
And
a small number of other people.
name some.
I don't know any. Not very many. Because the market is very small.
Tell me the two spacecraft that used photographic film in space, in orbit around the moon, and orbit around
It's irrelevant, Marcus. It's irrelevant. Here's the point. The point is you claimed to have tested the film, but you don't have the film. You didn't test the same film. So you're deflecting. You're trying to get off the topic where I completely exposed that you didn't do an appropriate test. You didn't have a good control because it's not the same film.
If you want to believe that, go ahead and believe it. That's not what happened.
It's not a belief, Marcus. You documented it on that website that you did not use the same film.
Look, Michael, listen. I'm asking a question. Name me the two spacecraft that used
It's completely irrelevant, Marcus. It's irrelevant to whether or not your test that you just said that you did was an appropriate test. That's the topic, and you're avoiding the topic.
No, I'm asking a deliberate question about photographic film in a vacuum.
I know you are, but it is irrelevant. Your claim is that photographic film doesn't work in a vacuum, but your website shows that it does, in fact. Okay. I'm looking right now at the photographs. Can I share the screen here?
Sure. I was going to say it might be a good idea to move into some other territory as well, because I know there's other ideas. But let's.
I'm happy to move along, but I think this is fine to show here. So here's your page, right? And on your page here, you don't say that you got the same film. You said that you got different film. That's fine. So it's a similar process that you used. You put it in a vacuum chamber for how long? Longer than they did in the missions, which is fine. Then you heated it up hotter than they got during the missions, which is fine. And then you took pictures with it successfully. Awesome. You proved that the photographs work when you put a different film in a vacuum. Awesome. Thanks, Marcus. You proved that it works right here. We're all looking at the evidence for it.
The color balance is shot to pieces.
Of course it is. And you know what you can do? You could have not heated it up as much and got it to a more appropriate temperature. And you could have also chosen to have it in a different amount of vacuum time, but you didn't do that. That's fine. You did it in more extreme circumstances, so you proved that it's possible for it to work. But I want to show the incredible dishonesty here. This one here, right on the left side there, is the film that was in the vacuum, right? And on the right is the film that was not in the vacuum, your control film. And you're like, oh, look, the one on the left, you say here, quote, changes to the film strips are visually apparent here in the vacuum exposed film on the left. The film has lost its sheen and has shifted to a brownish hue. The control film strip is on the right. But the problem is, Marcus, that the on the left, that's the emulsion side. And on the right is the non-emulsion side. You flip the film and you can see by the reflection the way that the film is bending. So you show the backside of the one film claimed that it was the dullness was caused by the vacuum, but you didn't show the correct side. This is a lie.
All right, we're gonna have to give Marcus a chance here to respond, and at least up to a minute, maybe even two, just to get some of this aired out here, because you have brought up. Like you said, this is something.
I'm fully aware that Mike is very persuasive to himself that he's right. Now, I asked you a question which you haven't yet answered. Which are the two spacecraft which flew in Earth orbit and in lunar orbit carrying photographic film?
Irrelevant. You got caught lying, and you're running away from that now.
It is not irrelevant. This is photographic film, if anybody wants to see it. The two spacecraft are the Hexagon Spy Satellite, that's the KH-9, was flown in, I think it was 18 missions from 1969 through to 1985. It was a very successful spy satellite. It was to replace the U-2 spy plane, which had been shot down over Russia, and Gary Powers was put on trial and all the rest of it. So President Eisenhower at the time said, no, we're not going to overfly Russia. But they could do it with spacecraft. And one of the spacecraft, the most successful one initially, was the Hexagon satellite. It's the size of a school bus, and it used photographic film. Now, I attended in 2018 a presentation given by the designer of the camera system on the Hexagon Spy Satellite. And he said, he was very proud of the work he'd done, and quite rightly too. And he said that the film from the spools through to the camera into the buckets from which they were dropped to be caught by planes, believe it or not, it's for real, had to be kept under pressure. 1 pound per square inch to 1.5 pound per square inch of pressure. Now, that's the first time I'd ever heard that photographic film needed to be pressurized in a vacuum, because Earth orbit is a vacuum. That's about 200 miles up. The vacuum level there is about 2 or 10 to the minus 5. I'll explain what the measurement of vacuum is in a minute if I got the time. The other satellite that used photographic film was the Lunar Orbiter. Lunar Orbiter flew in 1966 to photograph landing sites for the proposed Apollo missions. One of the chief advisors on the photographic, because they was using photographic film, was Edwin Land of Polaroid fame. The film was carried on the spacecraft in a pressurized container. The film was exposed using very sophisticated cameras. It was then passed through a Polaroid-type process to develop them. The resulting negatives were then scanned and transmitted back to Earth when they were reassembled. The point is that it was kept in a pressurized container. as NASA, it was researched by Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and they said that it had to be pressurized because otherwise the moisture within the film would be removed and the film would become useless.
All right. We'll have to, bounce the ball a little bit here if you have any thoughts there, Mike.
All right. Yeah. Thank you. Marcus, you already proved that film works in a vacuum. Thank you for that.
No,
So, all
I
right.
proved that it works in no, hang on a minute. Let's get this right. Film works in a vacuum if it's kept under pressure.
No,
it doesn't work in a
no,
vacuum.
You put it under vacuum. You tested it yourself, or had your friend do it, and then took pictures with it, and it worked. Now,
Yes.
Apollo.
What was the vacuum level at which it was tested?
Your vacuum level? Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know offhand. It was close to zero.
It's important
to
know what the vacuum level was.
What was it?
10 to the minus 3.
Okay.
Now, let's explain what I mean when I'm referring to torr as a measurement of vacuum. Torr is named after Evangelista Torricelli, who was an Italian scientist in the 17th century who developed some of the early barometers, which measures pressure. Hence, the measurement of pressure in a vacuum, or measurement of pressure, is named after him, hence torr. At sea level here on Earth, the level is torr 760. At the top of Mount Everest, it's about torr 180. i.e., it's much less. And Mount Everest is only about 5 or 6 miles up, and the pressure is decreasing significantly. When you get to the Kármán line, do you know what the Kármán line is?
Yeah, 100 kilometers.
Say again?
100 kilometers.
Yeah, it's named after Theodor von Kármán, who was a Hungarian scientist who worked for NASA in the 1950s. And he decided that it was necessary to identify where space began. And as you say, 100 kilometers, 62 miles. In fact, space begins a little earlier than that. And that was when the X-15 planes, rocket planes, were flying.
Jump ahead to the important stuff.
Okay, the point I'm making is that vacuum gets severe when you get much outside Earth's atmosphere, because there's no atmosphere, there's nothing there. It's a vacuum, there's nothing there. When you get to the moon, it's torr 10 to the minus 12 on the sunlit side. On the far side, where it's dark, occasionally, it's torr 10 to the minus 11, i.e. it's harder vacuum than we can produce here on Earth.
And just for reference, could you explain to the audience what percentage difference is it between the moon and in orbit?
All right. Let's say orbit, the Kármán line, 10 to the minus 3.
Yeah,
That's,
all right. What's the percentage difference?
Thousands of percent different.
No, it's not.
If you've got 3 noughts,
oh dear,
that's 1,000.
You do math like a flat earther.
Say again?
You do math like a flat earther does. They don't understand pressure either.
Be good. We don't want the tag. We've done so well so far.
You're gonna get the moon landing tag anyway, dude.
Oh, you're dark.
Okay,
All right, anyway, carry on.
All right. So
What percentage difference is it?
Thousands of percent.
No, it's not. No, it's
the difference between 1,000ths, which is torr 10 to the minus 3.
Yep, got it.
And about 1 trillion, torr 10 to the minus 12.
No, that's not. That's the percentage is less than 1%. In fact,
oh, come on. What do you mean 1%?
It's significantly less than 1% difference. You don't get that. Wow. In 30 years, you never figured out the difference in that, Marcus? The percentage difference from 0.0001 to 0.00000000000001 is less than 1%, less than 10%. It's a less than 1/1000th of a percent difference. That's the thing.
You might say that. I don't happen to go along with.
I don't care one bit if you deny how pressure works. It just makes you look a bit silly. And that's fine. I don't mind you looking silly, That's kind of what I do. I shine a spotlight on people that are
Without getting
like
into
that.
a meta
So,
discussion,
all right.
let's try to move into some new territory if we
Okay.
feel like we've hammered this.
Personal
I
attacks.
hammered it. Yep.
Personal attacks are out of order. Stop doing it at
Cool.
once.
Got it.
Do not
Thanks.
make personal attacks.
Got it.
It is quite unnecessary.
Yeah. Hey, if you can't handle math, if you can't handle pressure, it's on you. And I'm going to call it out. I'm going to call it out.
Position. Stop it at once. Behave yourself.
All right, let's try to push into some new territory.
All right,
like I said, we've got
Excellent.
all kinds of things that we brought up in the intros, so let's just try to focus on the subject.
All right, hammer and feather fell. You didn't want to talk about that.
Bloody hell. Do you really think that they couldn't work that one out?
Chop, chop, buddy. Evidence.
No, come on.
Evidence.
No, come on. Okay, a bit of lead in the feather. It's been done here on Earth.
Okay.
Plenty of people have done it.
And how long did it take to fall?
Called special effects.
Special effects, really? Prove it.
Okay. Have you watched the film Make Believe Smoke and Mirrors?
I don't care. Prove it. This isn't question and answer time.
it?
This is evidence production time. Produce your evidence.
I'm producing it.
Okay,
Have
go
you
ahead.
watched the film
You don't
Make
need to
Believe-
ask me questions to get your evidence out there. Go ahead. Present your evidence.
Okay.
All right, let's
There
just
is a
push
film
forward.
available to watch if you choose to do so, called Make Believe Smoke and Mirrors. Now, that is a very clever play on words because that is what special effects are, make believe. And many people say that special effects are smoke and mirrors. It's a long film and it explains how a great deal of the, shall we say, moon landings, the films of them, there are 80 hours of film produced of the moon landings, how it was done. It's explained by an anonymous contributor, but I suspect he was Douglas Trumbull, the special effects director on 2001, or possibly John Dykstra, special effects director on Star Wars. I don't know who it was. It's somebody who knows precisely what special effects are about. Periscope cameras, small models, projection. It's very easy to do it if you have the skill that these men would have had. And Douglas Trumbull certainly had the skill. If you've seen the film 2001: A Space Odyssey, you'll know how persuasive it was, the effects that he was producing. Same with Star Wars. It was using what's called, it's a well-known photographic technique, it's called an optical printer. It does for film what a photocopier does for paper. It reproduces it in whatever size you want. The Apollo films were filmed in different size film from 16 millimeter, 35 millimeter, 70 millimeter. These can all be filmed at high speed, and then you can reduce the speed to get what would appear slow motion, which is what we see on the moon. Quite why it's slow motion, nobody ever explains. Because the moon has, as you've explained on the film that you claim to have seen every frame of, 1.6 meters per second of gravity compared to 9.8 meters per second on Earth. Filmmakers know this. Filmmakers can produce the difference between the two. NASA are not really that stupid that they wouldn't know the difference and how to produce it. Of course they knew. They had virtually unlimited budgets to go ahead and produce these films, which they did. And they were persuading people that they got to the moon. Good luck to them. All
right, so I just need to interrupt here and ask for you to present your evidence then. So you said that they could slow it down. Fine, they could slow it down. How did they do that? Who did it? When did they do it? And how fast did they have to film the original speed in order to slow it down to get it to the speed that we saw live, broadcast live on TV?
Yeah, the original film was shot at 144 frames per second.
Okay.
If you take every
So
frame,
you're saying it had to be, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have evidence for it. You're just saying that it needed to be. Got it.
as I say, the evidence exists in the film Make-Believe Smoke and Mirrors.
You know, the evidence exists that it's possible, is what you're saying. That's your claim, is that it's possible, but you don't have any evidence that it happened. You just have a conspiracy theory that it happened. You don't have any evidence.
No,
You're just a conspiracy theorist that has no evidence, right? That's what you're saying here. You have nothing. You just, well, it could be this. It could be this. It could be this person. It could have been done this way. Right?
So
That's what you're saying.
Right. If it could be, maybe it was.
No, that's not evidence. That's not evidence. Yeah. The actual evidence is that it was done live and that people in the control room were talking with them while they were doing it. So the entire sequence there, they interacted with them. They told them to do different things. They said that this is where they canceled the letter. They did a stamp, right? He canceled the stamp on the letter. They're talking with each other about it. They were asking them to move the camera for them. So they went and they went over to the rover and they moved the camera for them. These things happened in real time. So the control room was having in real time conversations with them. So it couldn't have been pre-recorded unless, well, I guess you must have now everybody in the control room in on it somehow. Right?
No,
how many people had to be in on it now? The scope of the conspiracy has to get incredibly huge.
There's no conspiracy.
Of course there's a conspiracy. They all had to be in on it.
No.
You're saying they had to because you said that it was pre-filmed. So nobody was on the moon, you say. So they pre-filmed it. Okay, then what? Well, who pre-filmed it? You don't know. You have no evidence for it. Then they slowed down the film. Well, they had to do this ahead of time. They couldn't have done it live. So all these interactions where they're like, hey, we need you to move the camera. That had to have been pre-scripted and pre-recorded now. Right? And so then when the people that were live in the control room having this conversation, well, either everybody in the control room had to be in on it and be part of the film. I don't know how many, couple hundred people plus a bunch of, politicians and people watching in real time, or what? They somehow pre-did the film and then just a few people were in on it like, hey, this is what you say now. Hey, tell them, it says on your script here that it's time to tell them to move the camera. Is that what you're saying?
You finished?
Yeah.
Okay. When a major Hollywood film is produced, the first thing is the script, then there's a storyboard, which is basically drawing out what each scene will be. And it may take several months to do that for a 2-hour Hollywood film or a feature film. There are a lot of people who know about it because they're working on it. But none of the public know what's going on until the film is released. It is not public knowledge. Storyboarding is a traditional way of producing information for actors to follow, for directors and producers to see what's going on. The whole thing is scripted in advance. Now, Apollo used very similar methods. It was called the Tetra A satellite, testing and training satellite, launched in December 1966. No, is that right? Yeah, December 1967 was launched, and it was in orbit in order to enable all the NASA personnel to practice doing what they should do when they were receiving information from space. Hence the satellite. And one of the comments made by Gene Kranz, who was mission director on Apollo 13, Apollo 11 and on 13 and 15, the odd numbers, was we couldn't tell the difference between the practice session and the real sessions. Now, there are a lot of simulations done. I mentioned the lunar orbiter, not to be confused with the lunar reconnaissance orbiter. That came in 2009.
Good. You're getting off track here. This is where you're providing evidence that the hammer and feather drop was somehow faked. So you're getting off track here.
Okay.
You've made claims. You talked about the film industry for a while.
No,
Whoop-de-doo.
It's been filmed.
Whoop-de-doo. You have evidence for it.
Yes, it's in a film called What Happened on the Moon. produced by David Percy, who wrote the book Dark Moon. He's a filmmaker by trade. And he recreated the hammer and feather drop in his studio. Hammer, feather, both landed at the same time. He said it's simple. You just put a bit of lead in the feather.
And how long did it take to fall from 1.2 meters?
Same time it would take if you hold it up here on Earth.
Okay, so it didn't match moon gravity. Super. Thank you for that. So now, how did it fall? How did it fall at moon gravity speed?
You slow the film down a little bit, don't you?
Oh, by how much?
There's one problem with moon gravity, and the problem is sand or regolith or lunar surface material. In the jump salute.
You're off topic again here, dude. You're rambling all over the place.
I'm explaining about
dude, all right. ADHD is a real thing here.
Sorry, no, I mean, like I say, if sometimes it takes a little while to get everything put out there. So let's just like I said, let's give Marcus some space here to answer your question. So go ahead there, Marcus.
Okay. You claim that the hammer and feather drop is definitive proof of man on the moon. Is that correct?
I say it's evidence, yeah.
It's evidence, not definitive evidence, just evidence.
I've debated enough flatties to know the difference between proof and evidence in science.
Yeah, I've read the book you recommended. Thank you for that, by the way. It was very helpful. Whether I follow it to the letter, that's the one. I got my own copy here somewhere.
Awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Page 22. Page 22.
I've read it. I've studied it. I thought, this man knows what he's doing. I must be able to match it. Whether I can or not, of course, it's completely up to you to decide. But I don't claim to know everything. I just claim to know that man has not landed on the moon for the reasons I've said. The vacuum problems, the heat problems, and the radiation problems. Those are the problems which have yet to be overcome. We keep hearing about the new program, the Artemis program, which has taken 20 years from when President Bush announced it.
Oh my gosh, you stay on topic, dude.
Yeah, it may be off topic, but it provides the audience who are not as, shall we say, consumed with this subject as maybe I am, maybe you are, maybe Ryan is fully aware of many of them.
Well, before we get into like a meta discussion, I do want to just try to launch you right back into what you were explaining there.
Good for you, Ryan. Thank you.
Go ahead there, Marcus. Oh, I did give you the floor there, Marcus, if you wanted to continue before...
Yeah, well, just to go back to the points that Michael was making originally, he introduced my presentation of the British Interplanetary Society as being definitive evidence, apparently, that I didn't know what I was talking about. Or that I was lying.
I presented that as evidence that you, at one time, agreed that humans had walked on the moon, and you had referenced evidence, which is really good evidence, photographic evidence of human activity on the surface of the moon. Yep.
Okay. Now, I did ask you the question, who was the person who asked me the original question?
Irrelevant. Yeah, it's irrelevant.
Well, you can decide it is irrelevant. I claim that it's necessary to know the answer. You may say it's irrelevant because I happen to have answered your question.
Okay, well then jump ahead to the answer part of it instead of rambling around.
Don't interrupt me when I'm speaking.
Let's just, we'll let you explain there.
It is rather rude to do so. And given that we're on Zoom here, it is confusing for our audience when you interrupt. When I stop speaking, then you speak. When you stop speaking, I speak. And Ryan makes sure that we obey the rules.
I'm doing my best. And I will say, for context, I don't mean to cut you off myself as well, Marcus. I did put a poll in the live chat. So just to give you guys context of our audience this evening, was the moon landing a hoax? So far, 40% have voted yes, 53% have voted no, and 7% have voted for the troll part of the poll, which is, you believe in the moon? Question mark. All right. So without getting us too off topic and just trying to reset the tone a little bit, let's carry on.
Just to go up on it, it's interesting you say that 40%, that people are interested in the subject. 40%, was it 40% or slightly higher? 40%.
It's 40. Yep. 41 now.
Think that there are questions to be answered. Let's put it that way. And that maybe a majority think the reverse. But that is considerably higher than some of the polls conducted about 20 years ago, when it was about 6%. So maybe we're getting a little advanced. We're producing the evidence, we're producing some questions. And that famous quote from the splendid scientist Richard Feynman, he said, "I prefer questions that cannot be answered to answers that cannot be questioned." Now, he was the man who identified and reported on the problem on the Challenger shuttle accident, where the O-rings between the solid fuel booster was frozen and they didn't work. And his comment on that, and I can find it, is quite revealing, I thought.
Okay. So let's, if you I want to put a bow on it, and then we'll hand it back to Mike.
Here we go. Yeah. Here we go. For a successful technology, reality must take precedence over public relations, for nature cannot be fooled. I don't think anybody would disagree with that.
No,
nature has its own way of dealing with us.
All right, let's hand the ball back to Mike for a bit here, and let Mike respond to some of what you're hearing there.
That was just kind of a rambling walkabout instead of actually addressing the evidence of how it was done in real time. He talked about movie production. These were not actors. These are scientists and astronauts, not actors. But it's still unclear. And all you did is make some conjecture about how maybe it could have been this, maybe it could have been this, and then you said it could have been done in slow motion. So let me show you. I have a presentation here to share if I can, Ryan.
Yep. Just let me know when you're ready, and I'll
give me a second here. So
some people just love throwing up screen shares, and they don't tell me anything, and then all the audience gives there's a bunch of blocks.
I try to be nice. All right, here you go. Here is so this was it was somewhere around an uncut sequence of if this interaction, just this section, there's more of it to this, but it's somewhere around 12 minutes. So this is the part that, I'll turn the volume down here. So this is sped up to the speed that you claimed, Marcus. You claimed that this is how much they had to speed it up. So this would be the speed that it was recorded, according to you, Marcus. This is, I did the math on this. It would have had to be 2.5 times faster. So you said it was somehow some special effect to do it. That's fine. But this is how fast it would have had to been done. You see how fast he's moving there? You see how fast this camera's moving? Camera moving isn't a big deal, but it's how fast these people are. Right? And to then somehow, while moving this quickly, look how fast they're moving. Now, when I time this takes half a second to fall, which is how long it has to take on the Earth in a vacuum chamber. So, or a not vacuum chamber, as you have kind of think. So here you go. There you go. Now watch him move around here. This is you claiming this is how fast they recorded it. Now I'm going to turn up the microphone here. So this is what you're hearing is how fast it would have had to happen if they recorded in real time the audio, but of course they couldn't have. They couldn't have recorded the audio in real time. That would have had to been done separately. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, they interacted with the control room. So here in a second, he's going to move the camera. I might have already gone past that part. So look how quick this is your claim. This is how fast they moved in reality in order for this to happen. There you go. He's moving the camera here. Look how he's up there, feet up. Amazing. Amazing he can do that in regular Earth gravity that quickly. I don't know how that could happen, but I don't have the faith for that, Marcus. All right.
Okay. If you're filming it originally
Thanks for the heads up.
144 frames per second.
Oh, sorry, I didn't tell you.
And you then remove 2 out of 3 of those frames, so it becomes much slower, and you have now sped up the slowed down version. Of course it'll look stupid. Of course it will. You're not comparing like to like. You're comparing apples to footballs. It doesn't work. And of course, if you then add on the voice, which was recorded quite separately, it'll sound very, very stupid. It'll sound like sort of Kermit the Frog almost. So these things don't work the way you've shown them.
Yeah, I didn't claim the audio. I said the audio had to be done separate. Yeah.
Yeah, it
But
was.
the point is that they needed to move that fast. It's not the interpolation of the frames that's missing. Of course, that's missing. And there's ways to do more interpolation these days. It doesn't matter though, because that's how fast they had to move. That's what you're claiming. This was normal recording speed, is what you're saying.
That.
Yeah, it has to be.
Not...
You said that they did it by removing 1 of every 3 frames, or 2 of every 3 frames. Well, that's what I did. I showed the opposite of that and moving it the other direction. So that's how fast they would have had to move.
I think we'd need to consult with a filmmaker who understands the actual procedure involved with
what?
Using films that are produced on a optical printer.
It has nothing to do. It's not that big of a deal. You just remove, like you said, you remove 2 of every 3 frames. No big deal.
You can claim that.
It's not hard to do. I did this in video editing software.
Yourself perfectly correct by saying it. And
Thank you.
Saying that's
Thank you for that.
What happened? It's not what happened.
It's not.
The way it worked.
It's not what happened. Well, what happened then? Do you change your story now? How did it happen then? You take out 1 of every 3 frames? Take out 1 of every 4 frames? How did it happen?
All right. Let's let Marcus answer there.
I would suggest, thank you, Ryan. All I would suggest is that you watch the original film of how they did it. It's that simple.
Of how it was claimed they did it. What was it called again? I'll write it down.
It's called Make Believe, Smoke and Mirrors. And you'll find a very good version of it. It's no longer available on YouTube. Posted there about 10 years ago. And around 5 years ago, it was removed, as were several of my presentations at the time of the 50th anniversary of Apollo 11. Because NASA didn't want people to be seeing some...
Oh, it's all a big conspiracy.
I mean, that's my theory. I don't know. But my talk, which had nearly 700,000 views in 6 months, suddenly vanished. Why?
How long is that film?
What? Make Believe, Smoke and Mirrors?
Yeah.
2 hours, 44 minutes.
Okay. I found one that's 8.5 minutes.
It's on the Apollo Detective site. But seeing as you don't like the Apollo Detective site, maybe you shouldn't go there.
But it's there?
Yeah, it's there.
You said it wasn't on YouTube anymore.
No, you said it was on a website. Just to be fair.
It's on the Apollo Detective site.
Okay, so you have it. Awesome. Okay.
It's also on Aulis, AULIS.com, under the section Films.
It just sounded like it wasn't available anymore. All right.
For a long time, it wasn't available.
Okay, but now you said in that video it took regular Earth gravity time to fall. So it still doesn't match the moon gravity time.
It's not necessarily whether it's Earth gravity or lunar gravity. Of course, NASA know that moon gravity is different from Earth gravity.
Sounds like this guy didn't.
If you can film a hammer and feather both dropping at the same time, hitting the ground at the same time, whether it's an Earth gravity or lunar gravity, it doesn't make any difference.
It makes a huge difference. It takes a different amount of time, and you can't force it to take a different amount of time.
Michael, you're being very pedantic. I'm sorry.
It's not pedantic to use a kinematics equation to just measure how long something takes. It's not pedantic.
Okay.
This is high school physics.
Okay. I say you're being rather pedantic, but never mind. You know, I shouldn't get personal. I'm sorry about that. Ryan, will you slap me on the wrist, please? because I've been a bit.
You bad debater, you. Honestly, no, you guys have been great. We have lots of questions already pouring in. So if you do have questions in the live chat, let us know. And also hit the like button. Let's boost this up in the algorithm. We're just shy of 500 people odd watching right now. So if you're hanging out in the Modern Day Debate live chat, hit the like button, and also participate in the poll and let us know what you think. So let's carry on. Let's see if we can push into some of the things we may not
go
want to
ahead,
discuss.
Marcus.
Because you had some other things at the end of your presentation I don't think we got to. So yeah, if you want to go ahead there, Marcus. I think there were some things I had to cut you off, and I do apologize.
Okay, no, this is a very, very big subject, Apollo. It's very hard to cover the whole thing in even 2-3 hours. I mean, I've been interviewed for over 6 hours on the subject, and there's still more to talk about. It's not an easy subject to get a grip on, which is why a lot of people just accept what they're told, which is fair enough. I mean, we don't all have time to spend time reading books or even writing books. I'm going to say this book here, there's 246 references in it, all available online if you want to see them. The subjects we cover, things like, how could 400,000 people keep a secret? What a stupid question. Of course they couldn't. They didn't know anything. They didn't have any reason to keep a secret. These were people working at Boeing in Washington State, Northwest America, Lockheed down in California, the launch site in Florida, the people who made the spacesuits in Connecticut. All these people spread right across America, 400,000 people. They weren't involved in any form of hoax. I mean, this is such a stupid idea, because how were they told?
Are we just going to ramble? Dude, this is your chance to bring up evidence. Come on.
No, I'm bringing up the evidence.
No, you're rambling.
You may say I'm rambling. I say I'm producing evidence. I'm not prepared to go through all 246 references in this book.
You're at 0 so far.
Well, just hold on there, Mike. So yeah, let's just, if we could maybe focus on a single example that we could discuss back and forth, that would probably be useful for the audience and for, like I say, the sake of the discussion itself. So if you have something specific from there that you want to pull from, Marcus, I think that would be good territory to move into.
All right. Well, let's have a look at just one of the chapters. There are 29 chapters, so it's going to be... How many photographs? That's a good one. How many photographs? How many photographs were taken on the lunar surface by the named astronauts? Do you know, Mike?
Your chance for evidence. Go ahead.
I'm asking you, do you know the answer to that question?
I'm giving you a chance to present your evidence. Proceed.
Thank you.
Bring forth the evidence.
Thank you, Mike. I assume from that you don't actually know the answer to how many photographs were taken by the named astronauts on the lunar surface. The answer is 5,771. It's very easy to
bring forth the evidence.
I have. I just produced the evidence of the number of photographs taken on the lunar surface. Oh my gosh. It's on the NASA website. Go and look at it. There are 5, to my knowledge, there are 4 websites which carry every single photograph taken on the lunar surface. You're being stupid now, Mike.
I'm waiting for you to stop rambling and get to a point. Come on, chop chop.
Those are very silly glasses.
Ryan, am I rambling?
Well,
he can't answer that question honestly.
It's not about this. Hold on, Mike. It's not about that, but I think Mike is hoping, and like I said, it would be good if we could move into something that we can bounce back and forth. So if we want to pull, like I say, a specific example that showcases how the moon landing is a hoax, and then, like I say, within like a minute, try to pass the ball so that we can have some back and forth. I think that would be useful. But like I say, I'm not here to tell anybody how their debate tactics should unfold. It is up to the audience to decide. So I'll give you the ball back there, Marcus, and with that in context, and let's see if we can get into some back and forth here.
It seems that every time I produce some information, let's call it that, and I can't show chapter and verse of where that information comes from, I'm either a liar or I don't know what I'm talking about. That is incorrect. I do know what I'm talking about. I've spent a long time doing this. And if Mike wants to do his Rubik's Cube, then he's perfectly entitled to do it. So I shall carry on. Hello, Mike. You listening?
Chop, chop.
No. Thank you. Thank you. We were talking about photographs on the lunar surface, 5,771. Easy to find out that is correct by going on to any of the 4 websites. The Lunar Planetary Institute website is the one I prefer because it's very well laid out. And you can look at each one. If I can get some screen share, I'll show you.
Yeah, you sure can. So if you go into our Zoom chat, right in the middle, if you have it full page, you'll see the share.
Yeah. Okay.
And then you should be able to pick which screen you'd like to share.
Oh, look. Oh, hello.
can see
We've
that.
got a nice picture here. Okay. Right. This is the famous presentation given by John Kennedy at the Joint Houses of Congress in May 1961. Land a man on the moon before the decade is out and return him safely to the Earth. That was his challenge. And in the lower right, the picture shows Lyndon Johnson and Earl Warren, who was to conduct the commission into Kennedy's assassination 2.5 years later. Now, that was the start of it. But this was what was going on at the time. There was a lot of... There's a Cuban Missile Crisis that Kennedy had successfully navigated. There was the space race that was going on. Kennedy was then assassinated. The Vietnam War was going on. Student riots. Robert Kennedy and Martin Luther King were assassinated. So it's a very unpleasant time. But we're going to go to the moon. And here's Apollo. And there's the big rocket, Saturn V rocket. Do you know why it's called the Saturn V? And not the Saturn IV or Saturn III?
5 engines.
Because it had 5 engines. Very simple. This was the camera that was used, the Hasselblad camera. Brilliant camera. There's Neil Armstrong with it on his chest. That's the one middle picture here, so you can go into the shop and buy today if you've got enough money. And there's Alan Shepard. So the camera was on the chest, okay? That would imply that it would be below eye level. And here is a picture I took, camera at eye level, here, top picture on the right, and at chest level, and this shows an exaggerated version of the horizon behind the subject. This is the camera, no viewfinder. These are the artificial structures that were made following some of the photography on the moon so that sets could be built. This is the tracking for a camera to approach what is the lunar surface here, which was then projected outside the simulators to show an astronaut what it would be like as he approached the lunar surface. Sensible thing to do. It's quite detailed. They were using the lunar orbiter photographs to create them.
Just before you move on there, if you wanted to, you can leave the screen share up and we can keep moving through this. I think this is maybe useful. If you want to make any commentary, though, on anything here, Mike, and then we can carry into some of the other slides.
I'll wait till the evidence comes forth.
All right, carry on there, Marcus.
Okay. Here's the practice, the lunar module here being lowered to the surface. This is at Langley, Virginia. Large thing, 600 feet long, 200 foot high. It's quite a piece of kit. And between takeoff or launch at Florida and landing here near the near Hawaii in the Pacific, the only source of information we have is NASA. If you choose to believe everything NASA tells you, then you'll agree that the man has landed on the moon. And in many cases, it is persuasive. But you have to then look at some of the things here. Now, here's a picture of Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin. Obviously, they're not on the moon because the photograph is being taken through the window. But this is important here. Look at the control panel of the lander. Below this control panel is the doorway through which they exited to go onto the lunar surface. But there's a problem. This control panel probably comes out about a foot from the door is directly underneath this part of the control panel. They come out here. But the backpack would be up against the control panel. It makes no sense that they can come out of a craft that has quite a wide control panel. The doorway is directly underneath here. So how could they do that? Now, there's a series of photographs here taken by Neil Armstrong of Buzz Aldrin exiting the lander.
Just right quick, just for the sake of our audience, and like I said, we got almost 500 people watching over here at Modern Day Debate. We appreciate that. Just if you could explain to our audience right quick how the example you just made would prove that the moon landing is a hoax, just so that they understand the context that you're putting in there, okay?
Okay. What I'm saying here is that this is a picture of Buzz Aldrin in the doorway of the lander, the Eagle, it's called. That's his name. And he's kneeling on the floor, and he has to come out through this 32-inch square doorway. But he's standing almost, or he's kneeling against the door frame. But above him, as we saw in the previous picture, is quite a large panel, a control panel, which would not allow him to do that. There's also another problem. I don't know if you've ever tried changing clothes inside a car, but the average car is about the same cubic capacity as this lander, 160 cubic feet. That is the amount of space that the astronauts had, but they had to get out of their...
I've done other things in a car.
Into their spacesuit. Well,
Mike, you jumped in for that.
Those cars can be quite fun, but they had to get into their spacesuits. They had to make sure that they were totally fitted accurately, because any leaks, they'd be dead, but they weren't. Anyway, to carry on, there's a series of photographs. This is the first one. Here's the second one. Aldrin a little bit further out of the lander. Neil Armstrong is taking the photographs. He gets bored watching him, so he takes a photograph of the rubbish bag underneath the craft and the leg of the lander, presumably to make sure it's not damaged. Oh, Aldrin's a bit further down. This, to my mind, is one of the most ridiculous photographs I've ever seen. If this is the lunar surface here, it is not overexposed. Buzz Aldrin, at the top step of the ladder, is very well illuminated, as is the porch. But this side of the lander is in shadow. The sun is on the right-hand side of the picture. This is Buzz Aldrin, well framed, but his foot is not even touching the top rung. And his left foot is stuck out at a ridiculously stupid angle, which is not filmed on the TV camera, which is situated just to the right, to the left of the craft here, filming the ladder. You don't see Buzz Aldrin putting his foot out. Comes a bit further down, still very well illuminated. Again, further down. He's now standing in the footpad of the lander, and you can see the shadow in which he's standing. Where did the light come from that is illuminating him very clearly? Oh, it's the reflective surface of the moon. I hear you say.
No, you don't.
No, I'm being.
You didn't hear me.
rhetorical.
You didn't hear me say that.
No, I didn't
Well,
hear
if you did have some commentary, Mike, it's been a little, it's been a hot minute. So
Oh, yeah.
if you had some things that you'd like to, like I say in regards to the presentation here, we
Yeah.
can keep going through. That's no problem. You
Oh,
can
yeah,
leave your
yeah.
screen share up. But yeah, Mike, let's hear
Yeah.
from you.
So
I think,
this is a great picture here.
go ahead.
Looking at the angle of the shadow. The sun was shining on the suit there of while taking the picture, and the reflection of the white suit is a secondary light. It's just a fill light, pretty common. So
if you choose to believe that, that's entirely your business. I
yep,
claim.
yeah, it's pretty normal for people doing photography to use a white surface to reflect sunlight. It's exactly what
I
you're
know.
seeing there. Yeah,
As a photographer, I know that.
super. Then
I
why
was-
why would you be so confused by this? This isn't confusing.
It's percentages. What is?
Oh,
what is
yeah.
the
Let's go through the
reflectivity?
math. Let's go through the math.
What is? Okay, what's the reflectivity of the lunar surface?
Doesn't matter. It's the suit.
Okay, what's the reflectivity of the suit?
I don't know. That's your problem.
You asked the question.
No, no.
You
You
must
asked
know
you
the-
asked the question. Let's back up here a little bit. You are the one that asked me that question.
Okay, okay.
It's your position to, right?
The reflectivity of the suit is estimated between 80 and 90%.
Super.
Okay. What area is the suit? Presumably the suit that Armstrong is wearing.
Well, he's three-quarter illuminated by the sun right here.
Yeah. But the amount of area that his suit would cover, it's about, he's 6 foot high, let's say he's 2 foot wide, it's 12 square feet. No, it's probably less than that because the suit doesn't cover his whole body. You're talking a suit similar size to the reflection that we're shown here would produce that amount of light, and I say it wouldn't. Now,
Okay.
NVIDIA,
We'll see the math.
the computer graphics card company, recently the most valuable company in America or the world, I believe, as a result of their recent developments.
Do you know that, just for reference? Do you know the ID of this photo?
Say again?
Do you know the unique identifier for this photo?
I'll give you that. Here we go. Unique identifier is AS11
Yep.
405869.
Okay. All right. Sorry to interrupt. Just keep going.
Got it. These are the 8 photographs. They were taken in 3 minutes, according to the Apollo Lunar Surface Journal, which is not excessive. It's quite easy to take 8 photographs in 3 minutes. But it does require a change of aperture for this photograph and for this one, change of focus to come back here, using a camera which has no viewfinder. And you're wearing heavy
why
duty
did they
glasses.
have to change focus? There's only 3 focus settings.
What do you mean there's only 3 focus settings?
Near, mid, far. There's only 3 focus settings.
No, there isn't.
Yeah.
There's it focuses between infinity and I think the closest focus on the 60 millimeter.
Yeah, there are 3
biopsy
presets,
lens
dude.
that they were
Marcus,
using.
Marcus, you don't know there are 3 presets? Near,
Second?
mid, far. Near, mid, far. There are 3 presets on this. So all
Where's
3
the
of
other-
these look to be about the same distance. So it's probably all the same focus.
Where's the evidence for that?
And my guess, I think, is right on the top of the camera, actually. And I think that the
There's the top of the camera.
yeah, okay, yeah, there. So there's
That's the shutter speed, that's the aperture, and the focus is just inside.
yeah. All right.
And that little
So there's
mark there shows where it should be set for that particular film that was being used. That's the only exposure meter available. So if you've got the sun behind you, it was such and such a 125th at f11. If the sun was at a different angle, it showed the different exposure.
F 5.6 in shadow, 8 in between, 11 for the sun. Focus had 3 choices: near, mid, far. and the shutter speed was either 1/250 or 1/125.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
So
that's
yeah.
the
I
bottom
mean,
right,
yeah.
top
So
right
so
here
so
is-
they probably all of those photos probably were the same, mostly the same settings.
Well, if you say so. I don't happen to agree with you, but that's not unusual, I don't think.
No.
It sounds better from your viewpoint. I'm saying that they had to get. Oh, by the way, this is a polarizing filter on the front of the camera
Okay.
in this picture here. Why did they use a polarizing filter? Do you know?
Your chance here, buddy.
Okay, here we go. A polarizing filter is to reduce reflections by polarizing the light in the camera. But the only way you can use a polarizing filter is using the viewfinder to make sure, because you spin it around, it's moved depending on the polarization that you want to get. If you haven't got a viewfinder, you can't use a polarizing filter. So it seemed a bit of a waste of time to use one, but they did. So all I'm saying here is that, oh, here's some interesting stuff. This is,
Your whole point is, oh, here's some interesting stuff.
yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? This is the leader, which was on all films.
Dude, you should have read this book more.
Yeah, I read the book.
Page 20,
What's the-
page page 22.
This film had this image on it, so it was taken on the moon.
This one right here. Yeah, I mean, you have a warrant, you have a claim, you have a warrant,
Yeah,
you have
claim that-
yes, data to support it. All you're like, oh, this is interesting. Right? Your burden is to show that all of these things were faked, right? That's a huge amount. It's a huge burden that you have, and you're like, all you're bringing is, oh, isn't this interesting? Not that big of a deal, right? It's pretty easy to dismiss.
Okay,
You
if you
didn't
say
bring-
so, but why
yeah.
would it have the date of 11th of July when they weren't on the moon?
Why would what have the date of the 11th of July?
Sorry?
Why would what have the date of the 11th of July?
The film that I've just shown a picture of. It's top here, date 11 July 1969.
Maybe it was
Apollo
mislabeled.
11.
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's one of those questions that keep being asked but not getting answered.
It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant.
Okay,
It's irrelevant. This is a photograph of somebody on the moon. You're like, oh, how come the date is wrong? It doesn't matter. Provide evidence. How come the date is wrong is not evidence.
yes, it is. Because the date of the launch of Apollo 11 was the 16th of July. The date of the landing was the 20th of July.
Okay.
And this film is dated the 11th of July.
Okay. Maybe it was the date that they put it into the bag of stuff. Don't know. It's
You're guessing.
yes. So are you. That's
Yes.
that's all you have is you have guesses.
Now,
My
in
guess
front
is
of you-
just as valid as your crazy guess.
in front of you is the date. Okay.
I'm not looking at anything. You're not sharing anything. We just see you.
If you say so, I'm going to go ahead.
Ryan, what are we looking at?
We're looking
So
at.
he currently has a screen share up. I'm not sure if you're able to see it in the
I don't
Zoom
see
chat.
it. I'm not seeing it.
Okay, just give me 1 second there. Marcus, I'll end your screen share and then try doing it again. Hopefully Mike can see it. So
Okay.
just pop that up there again. Hopefully you were able to see it before there, Mike, because that's a lot of what he's been.
I
making
saw
his
it for a
com-
while, then it went away recently. Okay.
Oh, is it back?
Yeah, it's back.
That sounds good. All right, let's carry on, everybody. And once again, we are going to go into Q&A eventually. I mean, I don't know how long you guys want to continue on with your discussion. You guys just let me know when you're, well, maybe you'll hit a natural wall and I'll just push you guys along. So let's carry on, Marcus.
Let's just say that Michael has not persuaded me.
It's not my intention to persuade you.
No, hang on.
not my
let me finish
intention.
what I'm saying. Don't interrupt all the time. It's your standard procedure. It's not fair. It's not nice. And it's not required. Okay. You have yet to persuade me that man has landed on the moon. I have probably failed to persuade you that he didn't. So we're not going to agree on very much the way we're going at the moment. I show you pictures and you say, show me the evidence. I say, I've shown you a picture. What's the problem? Right, this is Apollo 11. This is the back of the lander, and there's a picture of Earth, we're told. In order to take a picture of Earth, you have to lean back 60 degrees because the Earth is about 60 degrees above the location that Apollo 11 allegedly landed on, i.e. on the equator. Half a degree north of the equator and about 17 degrees east. But you can't lean back 60 degrees without falling over. So, fake picture. Here are heroes.
How rigidly is it attached to them? It's not at all flexible. It wasn't removable. I played a video earlier where he picked up the camera you're talking about. It was sitting on the rover. He picked it up. It was sitting loose on the rover, and then he affixed it to himself. So it was.
Yep.
It's possible to remove them from their chest.
Yes, it is.
Good, awesome. So they didn't have to lean back. Thank you.
Yeah, but they didn't have a viewfinder to look through it either. So how did they know they could get the picture of Earth?
It's a wide angle.
Not that wide.
I've taken pictures without looking through a viewfinder. Maybe you never have, but I have.
I've used the 60mm lens, which is the equivalent, for those who are unfamiliar with the Hasselblad camera lenses, it's the equivalent of a 35mm lens on a 35mm camera. It's a slight wide angle, yes. Right. The point about this picture is they were supposed to be on the moon. But there's a flash gun being used to photograph Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin. They didn't have a flash gun.
There were lights. Oh my gosh.
They were not in lights because there's no light that would show that highlight of light in the eye, which is the artifact of a flash gun.
They didn't have light bulbs that were shining in there? How did they have light in there?
They had lights in there, but they weren't directly into the eye. This is the point. Okay. Now, let's see if we can find a nice picture of... This is from Apollo 14. Remember the golf shot?
No, it's not.
I know it's not, but it was produced about 5 foot across. It was on display at the Kennedy Space Center for many years.
Yeah, but it's not real. It's a composite. So what?
I know it's a composite.
Cool. All right.
But it was presented as a real photograph.
Don't care.
Okay.
Don't care.
Okay. Here's the Apollo 15 landing site.
All right.
I think we can agree that that's correct. This is Mount Hadley. Mount Hadley, top right. Bit lower down, Mount Hadley Delta. And this is a view from the ground. Mount Hadley Delta is 6,000 feet high. Doesn't look like it to me.
Hey, let's run the angular size formula.
Say again?
Run the angular size formula. Go ahead.
What formula?
So it doesn't look like it to me isn't evidence. If you're going to say that angular size of the mountain isn't the right angular size, awesome. Let's see the actual analysis of it. Right? What was the top to bottom angular size of that camera? What is the distance from the observer to the mountain? How many pixels tall, or how did you do the photometry to get the angular size of the mountain? You didn't do any of that. You did none of that. So it doesn't look like it to me is useless. Also, this is just for reference. This is very bright. The moon is a different amount of brightness. This is a new camera versus an old camera. This is a small aperture versus a larger aperture. Not a comparison between these two. Just to shut down before you jump into this.
Well, thank you, Michael. I appreciate your photographic knowledge.
You're welcome.
And your technical knowledge. And you obviously are fully aware of all the problems with photography. Here's a photograph of Mount Everest and Mount Everest Base Camp. We know that Mount Everest Base Camp is 19,000 feet, and we know that Mount Everest is 29,000 feet. i.e. 10,000 feet difference between the two. But on Mount Everest and the slopes of Mount Everest, you can see all the detail you'd expect to see. On Apollo 15, you see very little detail. But you just said that it's very bright on the moon.
So now, did you? No, Everest is brighter. Did you did you get the high resolution uncompressed TIFF and compare?
That
I
is the
don't know.
high resolution image.
That's the uncompressed TIFF.
So I'm not going to count the number of pixels if that's what
No,
you're
no,
implying.
I'm asking if this was the uncompressed TIFF file.
What difference does that make?
What's the highest resolution possible? Wouldn't you want to get the highest resolution possible? Makes sense to me. Or
And what
was this
difference would it make if I
was this a JPEG with lossy compression?
Hell, I'm not looking at the detail. I'm looking at the height
No,
of
you
this.
I mean, no, you talked about detail. You definitely talked about detail.
You've got a lot of detail in the foreground,
Yeah.
very little detail in the background.
Yeah. And what was the aperture and the depth of field here? Is
It's a
the mountain
16 meter-
is the mountain outside the depth of field?
The mountain
or-
is about 2 miles.
Okay.
No,
And all right. And what was the focus set?
Here
Yeah.
we go.
And what was
It's
the
about
focus
2
set?
miles distance.
All right, good. Marcus, what was the focus set to? Mid?
Oh, come on.
Or near?
What detail are you expecting me to
I'm
come
talking
up with?
about depth of field. You're a photographer. You understand depth of field. So go back
It's
to that.
infinity.
Go back
The
to that
depth
one.
of field.
Why would you say it's infinity? He's focused near. Go back right there. He's focused near. How far is the photographer from the object there, from the flag?
He's using a 60 millimeter lens,
Got it.
and the subject is, should we say, 20 feet away from the camera?
Okay.
He's focusing at infinity.
Or near. Maybe he's at mid or near.
No, he's not.
No,
He's not focusing.
20 feet is infinity now. Wow.
That is a routine depiction of a mountain on the moon. But when Mount Everest is 5 miles distance from base camp, and you see all the detail you'd expect to see, that is why I question whether that was actually taken on the moon, where you claim that it's bright light. It is bright. There's no cloud.
What is that particular one? What is that? AS11?
It's Apollo 15.
15?
Yeah, Apollo 15.
What's the?
Sure
Do you know the ID
I'm
for
sure
that?
you can come up with all the detail that was required.
Yeah, I'm getting the TIFF. I'll get the TIFF for that. You
I'm
can look at
sorry
it right now.
I'm sorry I've omitted to put it in.
All right, hold on. No, hold on a second.
Slap wrist again.
Oh wait, go back to it. I can get it.
Go on.
If you put it back up on screen again.
Yeah, hang on, just getting.
Oh no, there it is. There it is. It's on screen there. Don't do anything. AS15
Here we go.
88.
88 11866.
All right.
This is nitty gritty. I like this. If you're having fun in the live chat too, hit the like.
Yeah.
Like I said, there's over 500 people watching now. Welcome everybody. We have a
Hello,
poll up
guys.
still.
Hello. Keep watching. It's going to get interesting.
All right. I have
sounds like we're just getting right into some good
I have
gravy right
the
now.
I started the download of that. It's 1.3 gig. But while that downloads, it'll take a little bit of time. I can show you. I've got Photoshop ready here. Let me. I got to prep this here.
Oh, Photoshop. Oh, I love Photoshop. It's very helpful, that one. Yeah, we've done
Let me
that.
see here.
Right.
There it is. Okay.
Yeah,
Let me.
That is almost like a trigger word online, Photoshop, right? Say that the whole
I'm not
audience is gonna be
surprised.
like, what's going on here?
What's going on?
Okay,
What's
all right,
Photoshop?
I'll share this here.
Oh, sure.
In a
We can end
second.
the screen share and hand you the screen for a little bit there. That's no problem.
Okay.
Feel free to, like I say, if you got more examples you want to move through as we get through our discussion. Seems
Yep.
like we're going to be going a little bit longer, a little
All right.
over time on this one. So go ahead there, Mike.
So here is the original uncompressed TIFF of the one from Apollo 11 there. See how dark it is there?
I thought we were
Right.
doing Apollo 15.
Well, yeah, but it takes a while to download these files. They're giant. The uncompressed files are very large. So from when we first talked about it until just a little bit ago, this one was downloading. Currently, Apollo 15 is downloading.
Okay.
right? So in order to get a little better look on this, you can see it's a bit underexposed, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Right. So when you were talking about the exposure, and they're like he had to make all sorts of adjustments, when we are presented with the stuff, in press and on websites and things, the people adjust the exposure to be accurate, but to be not accurate, to be useful, right? But this more closely resembles, I don't know exactly how much, but more closely resembles the original. But I can turn up the exposure here. See, I can crank it way too far. There you go. And then let's see, I'll do some levels here.
Come on. It's much brighter than that.
There you go. There you go. So there is a little more view, and I don't know if you've ever used these high res TIFF scans. Sounds like you've only worked with the higher res JPEGs, which have compression.
Okay, go on.
So anyway, this shows that unmodified, it was all too dark. And you're like, well, how did they get the exposure right? They had to make all sorts of adjustments. They didn't. They got it wrong. They did not get the exposure right. The exposure is varies. So the view that we get after it's been put on a website and after it's been put in a magazine, they adjust these things. It's not a challenge to adjust these things. So that's what I'm showing here. That the original is that's the original high-res TIFF unmodified.
When was Photoshop first introduced?
In the 80s.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but these things that they would do, other than just in the software Photoshop, they would do it in the darkroom, and in other processes, they would increase the exposure.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
I don't doubt that for a minute.
So yeah, but your point here, and I'm responding to your point, was how did he take all these pictures in a short amount of time and get the exposure right and the focus right and the all these other things right? Well, he didn't. He got they're all over the place. Some are exposed well and some are not. This one is not. Some are focused well, some are not.
But this is on the moon. In a high vacuum.
Correct. Yep, it was. They did take it there.
And we've already established the photographic film, which was used to take this picture,
completely works. Yeah, it would work perfectly. You demonstrated that yourself. Ryan, I'm gonna stop this share here in a second. Ryan, you ready? There you go.
The idea that I have produced information about vacuum damaging film is irrefutable.
Yeah, it worked. Yeah, it's irrefutable. It works well. Now you know what you didn't. I don't know. You maybe have seen it. Hopefully you've seen it. What's the name of the? Let's see. The Apollo documentation is called Apollo Photography, Equipment, and Techniques from 1972. Page 117 says a test section from the beginning of every roll of film is given a series of precisely controlled exposures. And we can see that in the rolls, especially on ASU's March to the Moon. Arizona State University has the photos of the TIFFs that I like because they're uncompressed and they're the highest resolution scans. Precisely controlled exposures, each consisting of an exact quantity of light of a specific color. After the film is used and processed, scientific measurements of these test exposures, known in the trade as sensitometric strips, are compared with standards to determine any existing variations. Then later, it says, after it's been reassembled and the chemicals prepared, this is the process that they use to do the actual developing. Chemicals prepare samples of the type of film from the same roll used on the mission, again, with the test exposures or sensitometric strips, are processed so that the chemicals and equipment are at a predetermined optimum operation. Such test strips are processed and evaluated immediately before space film is processed, the procedure being repeated at frequent periodic intervals to ensure the continued stability of the chemical solution. So part of the process which you didn't do. I'm not blaming you for not doing it, and you couldn't have done it because you didn't know the specific process. This is an overview of what they did, but they did things to ensure that the colors were more appropriately developed in the process. So,
Well, thank you for that. Appreciate your interest in that particular area. And as you say, I haven't examined the high-resolution TIFFs because I didn't feel I needed to, but never mind, maybe I should.
yeah, I would recommend it. They're really high quality. They used the highest quality scanner of the time. They waited until scanners were at the technology that the resolution would be higher than the grains of the original film.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. And your point is?
No point to that. Just suggesting that you look at the March to the Moon scans because they're the highest resolution available.
Okay. Yeah. Where are we?
Apollo 15.
Right.
The Apollo 15 one still is downloading. Now you can't see the top of Everest from the base camp.
Say again?
You can't see the top of Everest from the base camp.
Well, I just produced a photograph showing you can.
That wasn't it.
Say again?
That wasn't it.
Well, if you say so.
Yeah.
I mean, what was it if it wasn't Everest?
Well, it could be part of Everest, but not the peak.
All right.
Yeah.
We might be hitting a stopping block here. Unless you're just taking a moment to think about that question. Once again, if we want to move into some brand new territory, maybe something that we haven't gotten a touch yet, we do have quite a few super chats in our Q&A right now. So whenever you guys are ready to move into that, like I said, that can spur some more discussion. But if you've already got some stuff that you want to throw on the table that we haven't gotten to, yeah, go ahead, Marcus.
Okay. No, I'm intrigued when Mike says that this isn't Mount Everest. I mean, maybe it isn't. Here we go. Maybe it's not. I don't know. It looks like Mount Everest to me, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, it's not.
No, obviously, I'm wrong on so many things, according to Michael.
Yeah,
Did you mean to screen share?
Yeah, this is just one area that I must be so wrong on. Oh dear, I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry to cut you off there, Marcus. Did you mean to share screen? It sounded like you meant to put something up there.
Yeah. So I've gone back to my picture. I produced the picture of Everest and Base Camp.
Okay, can you, if you want to share screen in our Zoom call, that way, well, it's up to you. You can describe it, or if you want to share it, that's fine. Once again,
hang on.
It's always good for the audience. You take your time. That's totally fine. As Zoom, like I said, it's definitely something to get used to, and it just updated too. So I've been getting used to.
Yeah, you're seeing Khumbu Glacier, by the way. That's yeah.
Okay, you got the picture there.
Yeah, that's
We've got the screen
Khumbu
share.
Glacier.
Let's pop it over.
Okay. Yeah. There's my picture of Mount Everest. So that was all I was saying. And if Michael claims that is not Mount Everest, okay. I've never climbed Mount Everest, so I don't know. But it looks to me, I've been close to Mount Everest. I've spent time in Nepal. I have photographed Mount Everest from quite a distance away. So I can't claim it is, but it looks it to me. It looks like base camp to me.
It could be the base camp, but yeah.
Well, obviously somebody's faking it there. Let's have a look at Apollo 17. Here we go. Tracy's Rock, this one, I believe. Now, in that picture is the lunar lander. Can you see it? Probably not.
Oh, well, we can see your screen, if that's what you're asking.
Okay, well, if you can see the screen, all I'm asking in the picture of Apollo 17, where is the lander? It's there, to the right-hand side of the rock. It's about 4 miles away. There it is, miles away. They were using a telephoto lens here, a 500mm lens. But there's a strange thing about that lander, Apollo 17 lander. You combine those two previous photographs, and look at where the lander is supposed to be, and we've proved that it is, what's it doing here, bottom left, much closer to the rocks above it, which is the same part of the picture? It's just a bit, it doesn't appear to match the information that we've been given. And here we have Apollo 17, left-hand side of the picture. B, D, and E are the same in the top picture and the bottom picture, the same formation in the background. But the lander is in a completely different position. On the top picture, it's on the right-hand side.
Where are the fiducial marks on this one? Fiducial marks. I don't even see it on these.
You're right. Can't see them either. Good
Yeah.
point. Well done. Again, Apollo 17, lander in the top picture, AS-17 134 20435, and bottom picture disappeared. Very strange. I don't know the answer. It's just very strange. Oh,
Okay.
now we got the...
I don't know the answer isn't evidence. It's just scratch your head. That's not evidence. You're claiming a massive conspiracy, and the best you've got is I don't know what this is. Awesome.
Well, do you know what it is?
I don't know. It's irrelevant to your burden of evidence to provide evidence that there was a giant conspiracy.
Okay. The evidence I'm providing, Michael, is photographs, which you agree were taken on the moon.
Yeah.
And I'm saying that when you have a photograph which shows an object which cannot move after it's landed in one location, and in another photograph it's not there, that is evidence that there is something strange going on. What it is, I don't know.
Okay. Well, what it is I don't know isn't evidence of a gigantic conspiracy. It's just it's a question that you have. Okay, whatever. Can you it's not evidence though. Marcus.
Okay.
Seriously, I mean I suggested you read the book. You said you got the book, but it's like you didn't read it. It's like you didn't read it.
I did read it.
Oh my gosh.
I've read it in detail.
Good.
Now, if you claim that I haven't read it, you don't know that. I have read it.
Of course I don't, but you're acting like you haven't. That's what I'm saying.
That's your opinion. I don't agree with you.
Okay.
Just to show you, there's the book. And I specifically read page 22 several times.
Yeah, that's the page. Yeah, a lot of the rest of the book is about the Lincoln Douglas format, which isn't what we're using, so it doesn't really apply.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Now, here's the lander on Apollo 15. Footprints, but no wheel tracks. Odd that. But then you would agree that that's not evidence, wouldn't you? There's another picture showing no wheel tracks.
What happened to the fender? Why is
Good
why is the fender all mangled? What happened to it?
It got broken off by an astronaut walking too close to it.
And then what did they do after that?
They found a piece of, I think it was a map that they had inside the lander, and they used, get this, duct tape.
Yeah.
To hold it on.
Okay. So when they were using the duct tape or whatever they used to put this fender mender together, were they standing?
The most Canadian solution ever. I just have to jump in and say that, like red and green would be
Red
so
green
proud.
approves. Yeah. What would they have to do in the vicinity of the wheel as they're doing that? They would have to walk around. So the footprints are what covered up the tire prints. You didn't know this, Marcus? This is like debunking Apollo hoaxers 101. This is as silly as the how come the flag is waving? How come the flag is waving?
Don't do impressions.
I haven't finished.
That's my thing. I'm the host. I get to do impressions. Go ahead there, Marcus.
This is supposedly on the lunar surface, okay? And they broke the fender of the lunar rover, and they repaired it with a map using duct tape. In a vacuum, duct tape does not work. End of story.
Present your evidence for that. Oh my God. And
Well, it's
what
pretty
was
strong.
it? Did they go down
pretty
to?
strong
Did they run
evidence.
down to Menards and buy some duct tape and send it up to the moon, or did they have something else? I don't know. I suppose you could present some evidence for the type of tape that they brought that it wouldn't work in a vacuum. And I don't know why tape wouldn't work in a vacuum. It works by it's pressure
Right.
sensitive. It's not air. Oh my gosh.
Let's ask the 500 people who are watching. How many people here have used duct tape in a vacuum?
None. So yeah, your opinion on it is
Yeah,
useless.
exactly. None of them have because it doesn't work.
You have to prove that it doesn't work. You've never done that. So you have,
Yes, I have.
you've used duct tape, the same duct tape that they used in a vacuum. How'd you do that?
Duct tape has adhesive on it, quite strong adhesive. Adhesive is outgassed in a vacuum. End of story.
It stops being sticky. Oh my gosh.
Oh, here's a good one. Here's a good one. Apollo 17 liftoff.
And I do want to clarify. I know that you're laughing, Mike, but I'm just having a laugh at what's going on in the live stream. Don't worry about me, Marcus. I was just enjoying some of the people that knew the red-green reference. I don't know if you know what that is, but if she doesn't find you handsome, she sure should find you handy. Anyways, let's continue.
Okay, Apollo 17 liftoff. Ascent stage. That's the top bit. There it is, jumping up. But there's no exhaust visible. We know what fuel was used on the Apollo 17 ascent stage. It was hypergolic fuel. Hydrogen and dimethyl nitrogen. Long name. Anyway, two chemicals, when they combine together, explode. And we see on the space shuttle, bottom left-hand picture, where you have an exhaust visible on the maneuvering system of the space shuttle. Back on the bottom right-hand corner, the lunar module descent stage, there appears to be a hole in the middle. There isn't a hole in the middle, it's a flat surface, or it's a solid surface. So where did the exhaust go?
What do you mean, where did the exhaust go?
Where does the exhaust go? Because an exhaust on a rocket has to build up its power before it will lift off. We see it all the time when rockets take off.
It doesn't have to build up its power. It starts accelerating from zero. That's why it starts slow. You just run you can run the kinematic equation to figure out its velocity at, a quarter of a second in, a half second in, 1 second in. It accelerates. What's that?
It's a 3,500 pound thrust rocket. This one.
Yeah. What is the exhaust? What's it made of?
It's gas.
Yeah, gas. Can you see this
High
gas?
speed.
Yeah. Can you see this gas? Generally, no. Especially with a low frame rate. Right.
And of course, you can tell me the frame rate on those pictures, can't you?
Yeah, it's pretty low. That was the one that was sent from the lunar rover. So it's I think it's 10 frames a second if I remember right.
It was being filmed from the lunar rover about 500 feet away.
Yeah, and sent S-band back to Earth live.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is quite an achievement in itself when you think about it.
Yeah, and then broadcast onto a TV, and then another camera was pointed at that TV. So that's what we're looking at. We're looking at a couple steps between, right?
No, we're not looking at that.
No?
We're looking at the original pictures because these were done several years later.
Okay, yeah. So this is the original that was then the recording directly from the proprietary format that was then okay. Cool. So where'd it go?
Do you want it back? There we go.
And you wanted to move on?
Yeah, I was going to move on.
This is ADHD time here, huh?
Most of the time you come up with rather convoluted arguments which don't really stand up to too much scrutiny.
What convoluted? It's a gas.
I told you what the gas was.
You just said it's gas. No, you told me what the fuel was. You didn't tell me the result of that.
Yeah, it
Reaction.
produces a red, or it produces a flame or an exhaust.
Yeah.
Showing the bottom left-hand picture of the space shuttle.
Yeah, and is the very different camera that was used sensitive enough to pick that up or not? How do you know?
So.
How do you know? It's your claim.
No,
how do you know?
I am claiming that there is no visible exhaust from the Apollo 17 ascent stage takeoff.
Okay, and
There's no visible flame.
Awesome. And was that camera able to record that?
Well, I assume that was.
Oh, I'm sorry. Your assumption isn't very convincing.
Michael, forget it. I'm not interested.
Awesome. All right. All
Just
right. Move on. Move on then. That's what Rasa did too.
Here's the only photograph of Earth that we've ever seen.
No, it's not.
We've seen CGI versions, but we haven't seen a photograph.
No, I've seen lots of them. There's thousands from the Apollo missions.
Okay, now.
But why did you make that lie? Why did you make that lie there? That's not the only one.
Not a lie. That is a photograph of Earth.
Okay.
All right.
That's a blue marble from Apollo 17. But there's thousands of photos. This is one of a sequence of many, many photos. This is just the one that they chose that was to call the blue marble, but there's a whole bunch in that whole sequence there, including some where it's out of frame.
You're asserting that statement. You're not making it with evidence.
You're the one that asserted that this is the only one and that the rest are CGI. Where did you get that? Why did you lie about that?
If you listen to the interview of the guy who produces them for NASA, he produces very good.
This one from 1972?
No, I said this is a photograph.
Okay.
One of the very few that exist.
There's thousands.
Show me some.
Why? Oh my goodness, this is crazy. I mean, you mostly know your stuff. I don't know why you're like going into that from this, but I got it.
Oh, I got something good to come up now.
Sounds great. Does anybody else hear this housefly making his debut? I'm gonna swat him. I tell you.
All right, I'm gonna share Ryan.
Oh.
Go ahead. All right, I'll end the screen share there. That seems fair. We've let you have the screen for a while there. So go ahead there, MC Tune. We'll let you go down some avenues there. Like I said, everybody, we're going a little bit extra long.
All right.
So once again, hit the like button and let's share this out. Let's make it a big debate party. It's been a lot of fun. All right, go ahead there, Mike.
All right, here's the one that you said was the only photograph taken of the Earth, but here's another one. Here's another one. Here's another. There's a whole bunch in that sequence. Have you not looked at these?
Yeah.
Okay, so why? Sequence. So why did you claim that that was the only one?
It's the only one that's ever been used.
No, that wasn't your claim. You've moved the goalpost. You said this is the only one.
Thank you for that. I appreciate what you're saying, Michael. I appreciate that. Obviously, your purpose tonight is to demonstrate that I am completely wrong, completely conspiratorially minded, don't know what I'm talking about, and shouldn't even be on this debate. Well, thank you for that.
Super. I mean, I'm showing you photograph after photograph right after you claimed there was only one. Why did you make that claim? This was easy. This was trivial.
Why are you so determined to come up with petty little problems
because
like this?
You're lying.
I'm not lying. Don't accuse me of lying.
You
Michael.
did. You just said that was the only photograph, and I'm showing you dozens.
I will accuse you of being an important, pompous idiot.
Go ahead. Don't care.
I have. Okay. Sorry about that, Ryan. I shouldn't say that. Totally out of order.
No. Yes, no.
Sometimes I get.
Send you guys to the penalty box. Yes, you guys have gotten out of whack. No, honestly.
You showed earlier a different photo that also had the Earth in it.
We don't mind a little sugar and spice every once in a while.
There you go. Here's another photo. Here's another photograph from Apollo 11 of the Earth. I don't know why it makes no sense that you made the claim because Marcus, I got to be serious. You're not doing the entry level Apollo denier stuff, right? You're not You're not what the flirfs usually do, right? Like,
I'm
oh, look,
well
the boots don't match. Like, you didn't do that. You know that, right? That's silly. But I don't know why you said that was the only photo, and then you brought up, I think you were talking about Robert Simmons.
Okay, well done. You spotted an error I made. I'm grateful to you for that. I shall not say it again.
All right. Awesome.
Okay. Now, shall we talk about moon rock?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Here's a piece of moon rock. No, I'm not
Give me that
supposed to have a
big
piece of
warning
moon
again.
rock. It's an American government property. How come I've got it?
I don't know.
You may recall about 25 years ago, the complete filing cabinet containing the 382 pounds of, was it pounds? No, kilos of moon rock was stolen from the Johnson Space Center. Somebody walked in with a trolley, picked up the filing cabinet, which contained all the moon rock, put it in the back of his pickup and drove off. He was found, identified, and I think he was imprisoned for theft of government property. But do we know that all moon rock was returned? We don't. Piece of moon rock.
Okay.
How do we know it's a piece of moon rock?
I don't know.
Because I say so.
Oh, well, do you have a geologist analyze it?
Oh, yes, yes, yes. Look, it's very similar to quite a lot of the photographs of moon rocks which we see.
Okay, but I asked if you had a geologist analyze it.
No, I'm not going to have a geologist analyze it because
Okay.
it would spoil my
Okay.
story, wouldn't
Okay,
it?
then I wouldn't. I don't care.
It's a piece of moon rock.
It doesn't
Now,
matter. You're just making an assertion. Cool.
Yeah, I'm asserting that it's a piece of moon rock. Is there
Okay.
a problem with that?
Yeah, because it didn't get accompanied with any analysis by somebody that
No.
has an understanding
I
of how
haven't
to
claimed
analyze
have
it.
I haven't claimed to have analysis. I'm just saying it's a piece of moon rock.
Cool.
Because
Got it.
we have been shown lots of moon rock, and if I can share screen again, let's just see what else is there.
Sure thing. Whenever you're ready.
Here we go.
All
Now,
right,
there are
that's up
three.
and running.
There are three major problems to what I'm saying. The Russians, they didn't blow the whistle, did they? So it must be true. The rocks, well, we just shown the rocks. Oh, the reflectors. Oh, I love the reflectors. Let's just have a look. What was going on in Russia at the time of Apollo? They were developing their main natural resource for sale to the West, natural gas. When was the first contract for the supply of natural gas to Western Europe signed? Answer, September 6, 1968, for sale into Austria, West Germany as it was at the time, and Italy. They still, well, until they decided to invade Ukraine, they were selling it for a long time. That was a necessary part of the Soviet financial survival. Around 1970, America very generously supplied 25 million tons of wheat to Russia. They had suffered a severe shortage due to drought. Very generous offer from America. And then we find the famous Dutch moon rock, which wasn't moon rock at all. It was petrified wood.
Dude, this is 101 stuff again. I hope you do know the story behind that.
Of course I know the story
Okay.
behind
Why
it.
did you bring it up then?
Because at that point, I normally produce my piece of moon rock and say, here's a piece of moon rock, which always gets a laugh. Now let's look at the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter photographs. Here they are.
What was that ramble about with natural gas? You just story time?
All right, let's go back.
Oh my
Cover it
gosh.
again.
No, don't cover it again. It was pointless.
No, it wasn't.
Oh my
because
gosh.
what I was showing was that Russia had other important aspects to look at, specifically the survival of their country.
Oh my gosh.
So they were selling
Irrelevant.
natural gas.
Irrelevant things. Cool. Oh my gosh.
You say so. It wasn't irrelevant to Russia. They wanted to sign it. They wanted to get They wanted to get money. What I'm saying is that they weren't going to call out NASA.
All right. Cool attempt to debunk things that I didn't claim. Maybe you could address things that I claimed or present evidence for the conspiracy that you're trying to convince people of.
Okay. Here we go. Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter photographs, 2009. Apollo 11, Apollo 15.
You're actually on topic because I actually did reference this. So good job.
Yes, you did. And the only way you can tell there's anything there is a whacking great arrow that NASA very generously put on it. So let's have a look at Apollo 12. Surveyor crater, the Intrepid. It's difficult to see that. Surveyor 3, and the footprints all over the place. So it must be real. Okay. Here is a photograph of the London Eye, taken about the same time as the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter photographs. The London Eye, if anybody's been to London, seen the London Eye, it's a big Ferris wheel with cars on it. And in this photograph, you can see the car park, the top of the picture with the cars in it. So you can see individual cars. Let's have a look at more detail. You can see individual cars. They're about the size of the descent stage of the lunar lander, which is supposed to be still on the moon. How come you can't see them? And you need an arrow to point at what you're being told is there.
How come you can't? Different.
Sorry?
Different elevation, different photograph, different amount of air between the camera and the object. Yeah. Did you control for those things or no?
Right. That photograph here of the London Eye was taken from a commercial satellite called the GOI-1 satellite.
Okay.
It provides commercial pictures to anybody who wants them. It orbits about 400 miles above the Earth's surface.
Okay.
And it uses cameras which have a similar resolution to the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter photograph.
All right. Is it what's the lens like? Is it the same lens or different lens?
I said the same resolution, which is the lens.
No, it's not. The lens is not
46.
resolution.
Why wouldn't NASA use the best equipment they could find?
I that's not the point. That's not the question.
It's
What
exactly
is because the lens depends on what they're doing. So if it's a different lens and it's a different focal length, then you're not doing a comparison. That matters.
Makes no sense at all.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Why would you do that? You'd want to have, if you're going to do a side-by-side comparison of the two photos and say, hey, how come this one I can see and this one I can't, and have different lenses and different sensors, then it's not a comparison that is meaningful. So yeah, I agree with you. Why would you make that? It's ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous. It's a very reasonable conclusion to reach. A commercial satellite with the same resolution as the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter photographs were taken.
But a different lens.
How do you know?
Well, I know because you said it's 400 miles up, 400 kilometers.
It is 400 miles up.
Okay. And LRO is either between 25 and 50 kilometers, so significantly closer. So in order for this one that we're looking at right now to the other one, the Ferris wheel, the London Eye, in order for that one to be as zoomed in, right, you need to have significantly larger zoom. A very different lens would be necessary. If they had the same focal length on the lens, then they'd be drastically different because there's significant difference in distance. Right? Zoom with your feet, right? People say zoom with your feet when you take photos, right? When they send up that you don't get to change the focal length typically. It's not a lens, right, that you can do that. They pick the lens before they send it up based on how high it's going to be and the needs for the mission. So this one, they're going to take close-up photos. They're going to have a high zoom. For the LRO, it's a different lens.
You say so?
Yeah.
So how come they could photograph the Copernicus crater in 1966?
Different camera, different lens, different process.
You say so? You say so?
Yeah, of course. Everybody knows it's not challenging to know that in 1966 it's a different camera lens process resolution than in 2009 or whatever year LRO was launched.
LRO 2009. You'd think the NASA would be able to afford to get a decent lens, wouldn't you?
It is a decent lens, but their purpose is different than your purpose. And so if you want a different satellite with a different lens, then maybe you could crowdfund a different one and have SpaceX send it up. But
Well, how come
NASA chose to send up what they sent up based on their mission parameters, not based on your hopes and dreams, Marcus.
I don't think you're making your point very clearly.
Okay.
You're just dissembling. What's this?
I don't know.
Nor do I, but it's amusing to look at it. That was the same object 50 years earlier.
Yeah, looks like it might be a rock that rolled down a hill, but I'm not sure.
Well, that's what NASA claim it is.
Oh, super.
Yeah.
All right.
Strange rocks, about 40 foot across. It rolled up out of a crater. Strange that.
Why would you think it rolled up out of a crater?
Well, there's the crater bottom left.
Uh-huh.
It's actually on the it's the Vitello crater. If anybody wants to see it.
Okay.
Lunar Orbiter 5 took the photograph. There's the frame 168H2. No, yeah, H2. Date 17 August 66. I don't know what it is. There's another one up here. Just an interesting picture. Right, here we go. Apollo 14, command module. Don't you think the handles would have got burnt off coming back in the atmosphere?
No, it was on the other side of the heat.
In that case, why would the Orion command module have heat shield all over it?
Different craft.
Yeah, it's a
Right.
bit bigger. It's Apollo 2.0. But the Apollo command modules have aluminium handles on the outside, and there's obviously so much heat that the Orion craft requires heat shield all over it.
It's a different craft. You're not comparing apples to apples, Marcus. And it's different shield material. They're separated by decades. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. That it's completely different. Completely different.
Okay, now, when you have a command module, whether it's an Apollo command module or an Orion command module, it has a service module underneath it, below the wide part of the craft. How do you attach the two craft together?
Are you suggesting that there's a connection between the ablative heat shielding on the bottom?
Yes.
No,
what I'm saying is, and it's shown here, they're called compression pads. When the two separate prior to the entry into the Earth's atmosphere, the service module is discarded and goes into, it either burns up or it goes into orbit around the sun. The command module then has to enter the Earth's atmosphere at 25,000 miles an hour. That's re-entry speed. In order to prevent the same thing happening to the command module as happened to, regrettably, very regrettably happened to the Challenger space shuttle return, there were compression pads put into the heat shield on the Orion craft after the service module had been separated, because they were held together by steel bolts, which were cut using explosive bolts. The point is that if you in any way cause problems with the heat shield, as we've discovered with Orion already, the heat shield can disintegrate. The point I'm making is that we know that that's how the two craft were together, with big bolts between the command module and the service module, which was separated prior to re-entry. And on the Orion craft, they required heat shield to cover the whole craft, which just seems a bit excessive.
Okay, seems a bit excessive is not evidence. And
Well,
you not being an engineer, you're a photographer. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Your opinion on the engineering is of little value.
Thank you for that. I appreciate your knowledge.
I do want to jump in. What is probably excessive is the length in which you guys can hold your bladders, because I've had to jump out at least once or twice now, maybe 3 or 4 times. So if you guys, I feel it's only fair. If you guys would like to take a moment and just step out, grab yourself a drink of water, maybe take a bathroom break, that's totally cool. If you want to just keep going, then, this is a
Ryan,
speak now or
and
forever hold your pee.
Yeah, there's enough super chats and questions that we probably need to get to that before. Because otherwise it's going to be sunrise before we get done.
Almost there. What is it? 5:15 in the morning in the UK.
I appreciate it, Marcus.
No, that's fine. I'm just mad. That's the thing.
So now, when you say mad in America, that means angry, but I know in England it means crazy, and I don't know which one you mean.
Well, I'm English, so that's how I talk.
Okay.
So you
Makes
would like
sense.
to go right into that Q&A there, Mike?
Yeah, I'll run to the bathroom, and then Q&A is fine for me.
Q&A is good. Okay. All right. Well, Marcus, if you also want to take a moment to step out, I'll do a little bit of housekeeping while you guys use the washroom and grab yourself some drinks, and I'll say hi to the audience there for a minute.
Okay. Let's do that.
Sounds good. I will see you guys in a second. Well, awesome, everybody. Well, I hope that you're hanging out and enjoying the live stream. I see that we got just shy of 500 people. I also I want to let you guys know. I know all of you guys get really upset sometimes when I talk about my music. We just uploaded Heaven and Hell the other day. Nobody watched it. It made me real sad. But usually what ends up happening to me when we're out playing music live is we're right around set 2, and I get really, really tired. And it was lately that James had made a mention to me about a product that we've actually got a sponsorship for here, and I'm going to give you guys a promo code for. So I finally got to use it just the other day. It's called Magic Mind. Maybe you've seen some Facebook ads about it. For me, I've used Red Bull, several different energy drinks at shows for sure. Probably not so good for me. But I did try Magic Mind the other day, and I was completely focused. I had all my lyrics in order. It was really good for me. And no, I was not drinking alcohol, so don't you call me out in the live chat. Luckily, if you check it out, because we do know that people in modern day debate are very critical thinkers, they do have empirical research backing up every single ingredient that they have. And James had even let me know prior, before I started seeing these promos, that he had used it to complete his dissertation. So it's not very often that he lets me know about a product. So we do have a custom modern day debate Magic Mind affiliate link below in the description. Maybe some of you guys had seen it.
Yeah, I muted his advertisement. Oh no, you don't know how to use his discount. All right. Roast beef toasted sandwich. Okay. All right. Okay.
I see that Mike is talking to his audience and saying hello. He realizes that I am going through the motions, Mike. I'm going through the motions. I am letting the audience know what is up, what is going in our info there. So I'll also let them know that both speakers will be tagged in the description wherever you can find them, along with our Discord. So if you are just getting your debate chops, just slightly refined, but you don't have the confidence to come on screen, you can check out our Modern Day Debate Discord. There's all kinds of chat rooms that you can, like I say, engage with, and maybe bounce your ideas and see if you, are compelling there. And you can get a hold of me there as well, and maybe you find your way here if you're already a confident and compelling speaker. So, well, let us carry forward here, guys. Looks like we had a little shift on our screen, so I got to fix it.
Nice cup of tea here. Being English, gotta have a cup of tea.
Awesome.
Earl Grey for me, please.
Oh, this is Earl Grey.
Oh, it's my best. It's the best. You know
Yes,
what?
it is.
I need to ask my replicator to make some. Hold on.
Your replicator to make some. Oh, there he goes. There, we lost another speaker. No, that's fine for just a second here. Looks
What?
like all of our screens got moved around here when we
Perhaps I can
moved
get a
out of
word
that.
in edgeways now.
Well, maybe if I keep doing housekeeping, maybe not. Oh, he's back already. See, I
Oh.
like Orange Peacock Bold. There's this product called Tetley Bold. I don't know if you guys have that where you are, but it is. Here, I gotta switch the screens. Right now it says that you're the host, Mike, and that can't be. You stop that. You're trying to take over, and it's not cool. No, I'm just picking. All right, I got our screens all figured out here again, guys. Don't worry. So we're gonna move into our Q&A. Let us get scrolled up here. I'm gonna get this AI chat out of the way. I know you have a question underneath it, LJ. I got rid of it before. All right, let's just ask Bitter Truth's question while the YouTube gets rid of it. Bitter Truth says, there is no moon existence. Do you agree, hoax?
No moon.
What do you mean no moon? Of course there's a bloody moon. It's not, sorry. Of course there's a moon. You can see it when you go out at night. You can wave to it.
There's some flatties in the chat there sometimes. I don't think he's serious though.
No, I don't think so. I think you're right there. Of course there's a moon. Prove there isn't. Michael will no doubt be very persuasive in demonstrating the presence of the moon.
We can bounce amateur radio off it.
I know we can. And lasers. I was going to come on to the lasers.
Yeah, the retro reflectors are not super strong because Russia dropped some too, and they didn't put people there.
That's true. No, they didn't. No. Nor the Chinese, or the Japanese, or the Indians.
But I don't know which of those dropped reflectors other than Russia and U.S.
Yeah, it's Russia did it on the two craft they did it, but they lost one. What are they called?
All right, we better get the super chats moving here.
Yeah, come on, let's get that.
It'll take a long time.
Sure.
We do have a lot of questions here, so if you guys would like, I can set a timer.
That'll be best because it's gonna go forever.
Oh, forever. That would be fun too. All right. So if you do have a question for either of our speakers, do get it into a super chat. We're going to try to limit to 1 minute per chat. But yeah, if you put in a super chat over $10, yeah, we'll definitely try to get at least maybe 2 or 3 minutes out of it. All right. Okay. So LJ asks, why in 2024 we can't get 1% of the distance to the moon? 1 minute on the floor.
1%. Well, we did send Artemis there, so
didn't have humans on board.
No, yeah, they're working on it, but it's NASA, it's government. They're sloppy.
There was Zohar and Zelga were on Artemis 1. Crash test dummies.
All right. Yeah, I think that might be a natural stopping point there, LJ. So if you want to clarify and push further, you're welcome to do that in the live chat. I'll reset the timer. And once again, thank you to both of our speakers for being here and the courtesy of answering these questions. So I'm going to set a 3-minute timer for a $10 super chat. The Science of Science says, Mr. Allen, thank you for coming to this debate. I apologize for your opponent. He is disliked by most of the community. Well, you're making some friends, aren't you, the Science of Science? He says he is merely a troll.
He's a flatty.
If possible, MDD could find him a higher quality debate partner. It seems like that's just a question that's going to get us into some meta debate discussion. But if you want to make some commentary about maybe how you feel about the overall discussion, I guess it's fine for just a moment.
Okay. Thank you for that comment, by the way. Appreciate that. I need all help I can get. Anybody want to come out and help me? Sorry. I'm English. I have a strange sense of humor.
Hey, the English TV are the only good TV shows.
Thank you. They are very good. Now, do you know why in America you speak English and not French?
Dude, we don't speak English. Honestly, we speak American, right?
Right.
Yeah.
You speak American. I don't know, because metal music sounds better. I
There's
don't
two
know.
countries separated by a single language. The big pond between us.
Yeah.
Big pond. No, the answer to the question, by the way, in case anybody wants to know why you allegedly speak English in America, is that, thank you, at the time of the Declaration of Independence, where you chucked the British out because you didn't like us, which is fair enough. I don't think we were behaving very well at the time. America had to decide on several things before, as the country was coming together when the Declaration of Independence. And one of them was, which language do we speak? There were 13 original states in America, and they had to vote on which language. Now, it could have been French, because Louisiana and the southern states were mainly French-speaking, as they still are in parts of Canada now and Quebec. So they had to decide, should they speak English or should they speak French as the preferred national language? And the vote went 6 to French, 7 to English. So it's a one vote difference. And now it's the world's language. Whoever was the 7th vote in that, thank you very much. Because English, being the world's language now, the most commonly spoken language throughout the world, not the first language, the most commonly spoken first language is Mandarin. But as a first and second language, because here we are in the UK on a damp bunch of rocks off the northwest coast of Europe. And we wanted to get off it. We wanted sunny countries. So we went and found sunny countries. And we said, right, we're here now, we're in charge. And that was what happened in India, what happened in Australia, what happened in South Africa, what happened throughout the Pacific Islands. So English has been spread around. It's lovely.
All right, excellent. I mean, you know how I feel about it. I mean, based on my little quip. So thank you, the Science of Science, for your making friends in the live chat with Mike, it seems. LJ says, how do you personally know if anybody's ever landed?
Well, I showed video of people on the moon, in moon gravity, doing activities that could not be sped up. That's how I personally know.
That's an opinion.
Ooh, all right. Just a second. Tea Earl Grey hot.
Oh, good for tea.
Look at that.
Earl Grey, I hope.
And yeah, and then you'll notice it's Paris 2024. There we go. Which started here.
There's my
The
mug.
Olympics.
The late Queen Elizabeth.
And then I have something called Smokehouse. It's called Beerwick Brown Ale. It's from a place called Berwick. It's in Nova Scotia. And there's a Facebook page called Berwick Memes, and they share memes that are just hilarious. They're just mountain jokes. And it's at one time I died because it said, cousin's just a term the government came up with to control who we sleep with. And it was like posts from Berwick Mountain. Yeah,
Dude,
that's where this beer's from. So
Ryan, you're rambling now, dude.
Beer. You like that? That's fun.
No.
All right, go ahead. Let's carry on to the next question.
Let's go. Next question.
The Science of Science. Troll MDD debater MC Toon is allowed to call a guest debater names with no evidence. What's going on? So, and I think Science of the Science is upset because he thinks that you may have called Marcus a few names that he doesn't feel were warranted.
I was pretty aggressive with you, Marcus.
Yes, you were, Michael. I appreciate that. And I was expecting it. And look, I'm English. I don't give a... If you want to call me names, you're not going to be the first person to do so. So I hope the names you called me were very well selected. I can't remember what they were, but I'm sure they were very, very good. And I shall chalk that up to experience, as usual.
All right, let's carry into the next one. Thank you to both of our speakers for just having a little moment there. That felt good. All right, the Science of Science follows up and says MDD is going to have to kick MC Toon. Do I need to give you the old roundhouse kick, Mike? What's going on?
I don't know. At the rate these super chats are going, I wouldn't have mind.
He says he can't control himself. This is not how you treat a guest. Oh no. The Science of Science, like I said, I don't think
I think the Science of Science is not treating people well, but whatever.
Ooh, you heard that? The Science of Science. Well, we do appreciate your super chats and you engaging with us here at Modern Day Debate. But yeah, if you do have something that's more of a question related to the substance of what we're talking about today, which is, was the moon landing a hoax? All right, so
yes, it was.
44. Thank you, Marcus. Tango 44 says, Marcus, it's not a personal attack. Respect is earned, not given. If you can't figure out a simple percentage difference, then that's on you. Why listen to a man who has simple maths incorrect? So they're asking, why listen to a man who has a simple math incorrect? So they're accusing you of being incorrect about simple math.
I think that was about the pressure differential.
Yeah. I was going to say maybe you could explain in more detail what it was that I appeared to get incorrect. And I should just say, I don't claim to be all-knowing, all-knowledgeable, have all the answers. I don't. I always say, please prove me wrong when I say that no humans have landed on the moon. And Michael has done a reasonably good job at attempting to do that. I don't happen to agree with some of the conclusions he's reached, and he doesn't agree with some of the conclusions I reached. But that's the way it goes. There's always going to be differences, and as long as we are reasonably respectful of each other's position, no harm is done. Maybe we advance our own knowledge. I always enjoy these type of exchanges because I hope to learn something from them.
All right. Well, that sounds good. Let us carry on. We got quite a few super chats left to go, and I'm sure a few more are going to pour in as we expound and expand on our ideas on these questions, because there's quite a few great ones coming in, and we do appreciate it. Yes, this is me waffling while I scroll. Tango 44, cameras in the 60s did not have big enough cans to shoot uninterrupted high-speed shots. That's why continuous shots, like in the Hitchcock movie Rope, had to be stitched together with clever editing.
There you go. Yeah, Hitchcock knew how to deal with cameras. That was his business. And there's one point I didn't actually cover in terms of the operation of the Hasselblad camera.
This is not the time to draw that out.
It takes about 2 seconds to advance the film. And there are several pictures taken, 3 pictures taken in about 2 seconds, according to the timeline, which couldn't have been taken by the Hasselblad camera. That's what I'm saying.
All right. Let's see here. Well, let's carry on. We have lots of questions coming in. Just 1 second there, guys. I just have to scroll back on up. Doesn't seem like Mike has much commentary to make on that. So, Toads in my eyes. Toads in my eyes. Well, that's fantastic. Says, Marcus, AI chats have gotten sophisticated enough that you could be one, therefore you are. My evidence is because I said so. I'll give you 1 minute on that one.
There's a problem with that. Somebody who's done 30-odd years of research into the subject can make a statement. Maybe, as Michael would say, you haven't provided the evidence to back up your statement. Fair enough, you can say that as well. But a statement can be revealing in itself. And if it's something that other people haven't necessarily identified as a problem, but they now consider it could be a problem, then making a statement can be considered to be an advantage. Maybe not in a debate, as Michael would determine debate should be done, but then
that's the penalty you pay for inviting somebody like me on.
All right. Do you have any commentary, Mike, before we move on?
Move on.
All right. Well, let's carry on to the next one. Thank you again. Toads in My Eyes. What a YouTube handle. The Science of Science. Marcus. MC Toon is here to troll you. He does not care what you're actually saying. This is a bad matching in my MDD. Oh, they felt this was a mad matchup. Well, that's kind of a commentary on the channel. We don't really have to engage too much with that one, but yeah, I think these guys have had a great discussion. So I'm sorry, the Science of Science. We have so many questions. We're gonna have to push forward. Yeah, Danny Diesel says, Marcus, how does radiation and heat affect film?
Good question. Heat will affect film in that it will soften the emulsion. Extreme heat will also what's called produce latent images. A latent image is where the heat or the radiation affects the emulsion of a film to produce almost a sort of, not a fake image, it produces effects on the film, which means that they're not 100% accurate, which is why there's always an expiry date on photographic film. This stuff, in case anybody's forgotten, photographic film had an expiry date. And the expiry date was put on a film in order that if somebody kept their film for, say, 10, 15 years and then used it, and the photographs didn't turn out quite as well as they'd hoped, and they accused Kodak or Agfa or Ilford or any of the other manufacturers, Fuji, of making bad film, they'd say, well, you should have used it within the expiry date, because the background radiation will affect photographic film, as will heat. And if anybody's ever been to Antarctica and tried to use photographic film in Antarctica, they'll probably have a bit of trouble with that, because very cold temperatures also have an effect on photographic film. And the temperatures in Antarctica are much colder. Sorry.
All right, Ryan,
To move on, yes.
Dude, I'm gonna bow out if this is what it's gonna be. But if he talks for 5 minutes after every damn question, this will not end. I'm not gonna wait. So
I was gonna say, if you
chop. Don't you talk either. Ask the question. Go.
Why are you trying to tell me how to do things? Hold on,
I won't be here.
Like that, you little stinker.
I won't be here. I don't care.
I was gonna say, do you need that roundhouse kick?
Yes, please give it. Please give it.
All right, hold on, before you get upset. No need to get upset. All right, XX Vandrez and asks Marcus, can you please address the backwards film on your website? It destroyed your credibility for me. Can you clear that up?
Sorry,
all right, so I'm going to give you 30 seconds on the floor. We're going to try to move through for the sake of Mike's request there. And Mike, if you want to make a response, you can go ahead. So 30 seconds.
Sorry, what was the original question?
All right, the original question. Can you please address the backwards film on your website? It destroyed your credibility for me. Can you clear that up?
I don't understand what you mean by backwards film.
The emulsion side versus the other side.
I wasn't party to that particular experiment. When you described it as emulsion side and backing side. And that is something that other people have commented on. I haven't made that comment because I wasn't present when that particular image was taken. I live in the UK, and that experiment was conducted in Canada.
All right. That is time. In Canada, hey, look, we get something. We get some credit every once in a while. Megalon says, these images were simulated by NVIDIA and the suit reflectively was included. Turns out they were an exact match with the original photos, proving they could not be faked.
No, that's not the case. I was invited to take part in that NVIDIA production. But because I was required to sign an NDA, non-disclosure agreement, because they were going to explain about some of their new technology, I decided to back out. So I didn't actually take part in it. I knew what they were doing. And one of the key points of that NVIDIA film was that they were very reluctant to to tell anybody what the
We're at time.
RGB, red, green, blue levels were that they used from the lunar surface. And it eventually came out that they were using it at 40%.
I do need to cut you off. We do need to try to move on unless,
Okay.
Mike, you want to push in and make
Nope.
any commentary? No? Okay. We'll try to move through because, yeah, we do have quite a few super chats. And, yeah, we did go long. Mike's running out of time. So sorry about that, guys. Nominal says 27 human beings travel 238,000 miles from Earth, 1969 to 1972. 0 humans beings travel beyond LEO, 1973, 2024. It's science.
If you believe it, it's science, yes. If you choose not to believe it because the problems humans, us delicate little creatures, would have traveling beyond the Van Allen radiation belts into the vacuum of space with no visible protection, then you can believe what you like. I choose not to, for reasons I hope I've been able to explain. Even James Van Allen said that traveling beyond the belts was going to be a problem for space travel.
No, he didn't. Read his paper.
Yes, he did.
Read his letter.
It is original.
And they did have.
Let's let Mike in here.
Yeah, they did have.
Given you the floor for quite a while.
Yeah, they had shielding.
No, they didn't. Not enough. Sorry. Am I being restrictive again? Go on, shut me up, Ryan, if I talk too much.
Well, no, it's just that there are a lot of questions for you, and it doesn't seem like Mike has a whole lot of commentary here to make in response. But if you did have something you wanted to say, Mike, before we move, we do have a couple questions coming in for you here. So, MC Toon, you made the claim there is secondary light. As a photographer, how can you make the statement, yes, the direct light is the sun, and agree there is another light? How do you make sense in that?
That there's a second light, the second light being I think he's talking about the reflection off the astronaut's suit. I don't know why that's a problem. It's a typical of a fill light. It acts just like a fill light. So,
Not enough.
no math presented for that.
All right, well, let's carry on. Magellan says, oh, look, NASA misspelled a word. Therefore, the moon landings were fake. Magellan coming in with a little
snark.
Side snark. Yeah, we appreciate it. You know, we all had a little chuckle. PhD Tony. Hey, PhD Tony. Glad to see you in the live chat. Ask for $5. Toon. Moon rocks contain impact structures from meteorite strikes. Could you explain to your cutaneous opponent, is that cretinous? My goodness, opponent, why that's impossible on Earth?
Yeah, micrometeors wouldn't work on Earth. You can't have micrometeors on Earth because of the atmosphere. On the moon, there isn't an atmosphere, so you can have micrometeors. So when you analyze the rocks, you have a geologist or somebody that has the understanding of it. Look at the rocks, you can see the micrometeor impacts, which makes it impossible to have been sourced from the Earth.
If you say so.
All right. Well, let's move into the next question. Kango 44. I have done years and years of mold making. We use vacuum chambers to degas a silicon rubber before pouring it. Removes air bubbles. 10 to 7 M-bar. Gaffer tape works fine in a vacuum. I'm not sure if there's some typos here, so I'm sorry if you need me to reread that.
Hey, you've got to compare apples to apples. So what level of vacuum?
Any thoughts on the other side?
Yeah. Anything more than or lower than 1% isn't going to make a big difference. 1% of sea level.
All right. Pseudonym says, bruh, MC, is the moon positive or negative pressure?
It's positive pressure. Very small pressure, but it's positive.
Any thoughts on the other side, or do you want to carry on, Marcus?
There's very little. There is pressure on the moon, yes. Very little. I agree with that. What we disagree on is the amount of pressure. Depends how you measure it.
I don't think we disagree on the amount. We disagree on what percentages.
All right. That one was for MC, so he gets the last word. Anything else to say there, Mike, or do you want
Nope.
to carry on?
That's good.
All right. Melissa Schultz says a tape in a vacuum is a weird argument, but what about the variation temperature? Negative 289 Fahrenheit to 224 Fahrenheit.
That's correct.
Yeah, I don't know if that's for me or for him, but yeah, it was during daytime. They were only there for a short time, so it didn't get to be nighttime, so it didn't get that cold. It was only in heat.
Can I make a point on that?
Yeah, we can bounce it back and forth.
If there's no atmosphere, as soon as sunlight or radiation hits the moon, it's already at about 100 degrees, 150 degrees. That can be demonstrated, or has been demonstrated, when the original space shuttle astronauts were sent up. I think they were repairing the Hubble Space Telescope, and their hands got very cold, when the space shuttle orbited into the Earth's shadow. And they said, can we have electric heaters in our gloves? And NASA said, don't be so stupid, you don't need heaters. But we'll send a thermometer up, you can measure the temperature, which they did the next mission, and measure the temperature.
Okay. I'm just going to ask you to put a bow on it so we can hand it back to Mike so he can wrap up the question. So if you can, I'm sorry to cut you off, just
Okay.
if you can get to the crux so that hopefully the audience can understand what you're trying to say, and then we'll carry into the next question because we got a lot more to go.
Okay.
So did you want to, like I say, put a bow on what you were saying and kind of get to the point of the argument? Sorry.
What,
Marcus?
me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, and the answer was that the temperature rose by over 100 degrees within a few minutes. So you need an atmosphere to keep temperature down when the sun is rising at dawn. It's cold at dawn, it gets hotter during the day. On the moon, it's hot all the time the sun is hitting the surface and anything on the surface, which is why when a spacecraft is moving towards the moon from Earth, allegedly, it will be hot, very hot. And in a vacuum, you can't air condition it.
All right, we'll hand it over to Mike to close the question out.
Yeah, you can radiate heat.
Yes,
Right.
you can. Once it's equalized.
Done.
So sorry, Marcus. Well, yeah, we're giving Mike the last word on that one.
Okay.
So he's done. So we got a couple more questions for both of you. The pseudonym says, McToon, why do you claim Earth gets smaller and bigger from the vantage point of being on the moon when it's fixed by physics? Is the moon trampolining?
I don't claim that. Why do you have to lie about me? Weird. Gotta lie to Flurf.
Whoa.
All right. I think we can move on from there because pseudonym has a backup statement and says, Marcus, how you got all this room to write out longer format. I don't know why they shorten it up and do all the typos. How claim people have moon rocks if not there? Do I need to extend my forehead this long, pseudonym, to read your question? How claim people have moon rocks if not there?
Some
What
people,
is wrong with this?
Marcus, some people don't even speak English or American in America.
I've
Right?
heard that. It's very sad. It's
Sorry to
very
make fun,
sad.
pseudonym.
It's
Sorry, it's just the way it reads. I'm sorry. I don't mean to make fun.
Yeah. Some people don't speak English in England either.
Yeah. Gateshead, they don't.
No. But we all understand it.
I don't know. I thought I saw some pretty well worded questions from pseudonyms. So maybe I was just I don't know. I thought, yeah, maybe I'm in trouble now. They're going to be coming at me in live chat being like, Ryan, you a-hole. All right. Pseudonym says, did MC Toon say footprints are bigger than craters?
No.
What?
Wow, that guy's crazy. Dude, lay off the weed. Whatever it is that you're smoking or injecting, stop it. It's not helping you.
Holy cow! You just unloaded the cannon on them. Well, there's nothing wrong with weed. Now what's going on?
Yeah, it's probably something much stronger and illegal.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, I was gonna say you got to save us. I'm Canadian. I can't stress this enough, right? Sensitive. All right. So Pseudonym, thank you for your questions. Josh Garver says, MC Toon has my vote. Disgusting performance from the other side. Ooh, Josh Garver not making friends tonight. Mr. E-Man says, can MC Toon name the location of the 3 parabolic radio receivers used in Australia during the Apollo 11 mission?
All of them in Australia? There was, well, yeah, it was in Canberra. I don't know if there's what other ones were in Australia.
There were 2 in Australia.
Yeah, there's one in Spain, one in California.
Yeah, that's right. And there were some ships as well. But Russia didn't have any. So they had to use the UK radio astronomy site at Jodrell Bank.
Are we all in agreement?
Yeah. I don't know.
Oh, wow.
It's not a trick question. I think it was just an informative question.
Yeah, I think so.
I need that big banner
he says,
to come up on the screen. You know?
Parks and Honeysuckle Creek is what we're saying in the chat here.
And it was the film The Dish that featured those.
Pseudonym is asking another question. He says, MC Toon, the cameraman doesn't need a spacesuit.
I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
What's he on about?
I think so, Marcus. I think this guy's a flatty, and I'm just guessing. I'm not familiar with him, but he's acting like one. And flat earthers often get they don't go like, Apollo denial 101. They go like -1 billion with the most ridiculous things because they're super gullible. So they see a meme and they think it's absolute truth. So that's probably what he's seeing.
Okay. Hello there.
All right. All right. Thank you, Pseudonym, for your question. And thank you to both of our speakers for answering all these questions. We are at the last super chat. So this is our last call out. If you have a question, you better get it in now. Otherwise, we're going to move into closing statements shortly after we answer this question. So once again, thank you, Marcus and Mike, for having a longer conversation than what we initially planned, and also working through some of those tech issues too. That was well appreciated, and making it out here to the debate stage. So Squid Super Hulk says temperature equals average kinetic energy of matter. Questions about temp need to be contextualized based on particle density and transferability between mediums. Temperature on Earth, in space, and moon aren't the same.
That's a good point. That's a good point. The lander, not the rover, is large but of metal, and only part of it is in the sun. Another part is not, and so it can radiate heat out everywhere. So without having a bit more analysis or direct measurements, you don't know what temperature it was.
All right, any thoughts over there, Marcus?
Yeah. No, it's a good point to ask about temperature, and I would agree that the temperature on the moon is measured differently because there is no atmosphere on the moon, which is what regulates our temperature here on Earth. The average temperature throughout the whole planet, measured through about 60,000 stations, is just over 15 degrees centigrade. Obviously, there are hotter and colder areas, and we can survive in all of them if we got the right thing. But on the moon, the temperature is very extreme. In sunlight, it's about 150 centigrade. In darkness, on the far side of the moon, it's not the dark side of the moon. That's the Pink Floyd record. It's the far side of the moon.
Or the shadow side?
Shadow side. Well,
which moves.
It rotates. The moon rotates, and it gets as much sun on all parts as it rotates. And it rotates in 29.5 days, Earth days. It rotates very slowly. We only see one face. One face of the moon faces towards Earth at all times because its orbit around Earth is exactly the same as its rotation on its own axis.
So it faces towards Earth at all times. Very convenient. And when we're bright enough to work out how that happened, other than tidal lock, maybe we'll see that it not only does that, but it eclipses the sun precisely.
All right. I don't want to cut you off there. Just that we do have one last question. Or not, it's not really a question. They just said magic daytime tape. But I do want to get you guys into your closers because I know, I don't want to keep you here all evening, guys. So I do appreciate Mike and Marcus for being here. And you in the live chat, whether you agree with either of our speakers tonight, you should appreciate them being here and putting their ideas on the table. It takes a lot more to be here than to be there. So don't be whining too much in the old live chat. Now, you'll appreciate this, Marcus. I always do this UK style. Over to you, Mike. You have 1 minute on the floor. I always give it to the opening speaker to close us out. So, Mike, you have 1 minute to give us your closing thoughts.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Ryan. Thank you to James, and thank you to Marcus. I was aggressive, so that's how I am sometimes. And I called you out because I think that you did a few things that needed to be called out. But I appreciate you being here, and I appreciate that it's a very inconvenient time for you. So I think I showed that people were on the moon, and they did a live broadcast from it. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay. And Mike, if you don't mind entertaining, I got 2 chats that popped in right quick. If we do them right quick, then we'll just move over to the closing for Marcus. It says, both for fun from Pseudonym. MC Toon showed a hammer and feather drop and land at the same time. Does this show gravity is the same or not? If the astronaut jumped and dropped the hammer, which falls first versus the feather? Question for both. So I'll give you the floor first, Mike. Thoughts on this one?
Well, it's a little bit difficult parsing the jumping portion of it, but yeah, it does show because you can time it. It shows that the amount of time it took to fall matches a certain amount of downward acceleration, a certain amount of gravity, the amount of downward acceleration that we don't experience here on Earth. So unless somehow it was faked, and there's evidence for it, then it was done on the moon.
All right. Any thoughts on the other side?
Yeah, just to say that the evidence that would be produced may not be the evidence that you would want. So it doesn't necessarily prove one thing or the other. I said about the hammer and feather drop that any halfway decent special effects director could achieve exactly that on the moon or on Earth. It's not rocket science, the corner phrase.
All right. And we got one more coming in from Squid Super Hunk. He's a Squid Super Hunk guy. Earth temp is average kinetic energy of the air. What are you claiming to measure the kinetic energy of on the moon? What is the density of that?
I think that's for Marcus, right?
They presume, okay.
Earth's temp.
They presumably had a thermometer to measure it. You can measure direct sunlight. When we quote a temperature here on Earth, it's normally in the shade. It's not in direct sunlight. On the moon, if you measure it in direct sunlight, it will be quite hot if you use an Earth-created thermometer. Similarly, it would be very cold if it was in the shadow. And obviously, that would affect equipment taken from Earth to the moon.
All right. Well, thank you, Marcus, for finishing up that question. And I'm going to give you a minute on the floor to give your closing thoughts and let everybody know where they can find you and maybe some other things you might want to discuss in the future. So go ahead there, Marcus.
Okay. Thank you very much to James, to Ryan, and to Michael. I appreciate the effort, the time, and the energy you've put into this. And I'm sorry I was a bit late joining you, owing to my inability to operate the correct software. But we got there in the end. So
yes. Thank you for coming.
It will all work out okay. I've enjoyed our discussion. I thank you, Michael. If I was a bit aggressive occasionally, I apologize. I am British after all. That's one of my failings. Some of the problems that we've discussed, I think, need to be further discussed. I don't think we've reached an end result. We've reached conclusions in certain areas, and after the amount of research I have done, I still maintain what I said right at the beginning, that Apollo was a brilliantly executed propaganda exercise to demonstrate to the world the superiority of American technology. In that, it was extremely successful.
10 seconds.
Whether it was correct or not is another matter. But thank you for your attention. Thank you for listening.
All right. Well, thank you both for being here. We're going to, hopefully by the time this is all completely uploaded, and of course in our podcast form, we'll have all of our speakers linked in the description if they're not already. So check them out if you appreciate what you heard this evening and would like to hear more. We're going to be back with a more modern day debate. So keep an eye out for those notifications. A big round of virtual applause to both of you. And I'm going to let our speakers go. Thanks for staying overtime, guys. We'll see you next time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness. What a rambler. He just rambled and rambled. My oof. Moving this here. Well, thanks for sticking around for that one. It was fun, wasn't it? I think so. This is I don't know. According to Apollo Detectives, one of the best moon landing hoax debaters around. He was better than Rasa at least, but wow, I wasn't impressed, because it's like a lot like Rasa. He just, when he'd get something he didn't like, he'd be like, "If you believe so," like, okay, that's not a response. Right? It wasn't, I gave evidence, and your response is if you believe, and then you didn't give evidence. So, wow. Anyway, he's a good sport. He didn't make the kinds of accusations that a lot of flat earthers like to make, so I appreciate that one for sure. Let me read this. CV McCullers says, "I'm almost 50 and I can work the webs and digital pixies. I'm also low functioning. My grandma sent me this from the My grandma sent this for me from the basement." M2M, who certainly is asleep by now, it's 6 a.m., says, "Let me get this straight. The Zoom link he didn't get doesn't work when he clicks on it." It was so funny. The guy could not get in. Oh my gosh. Aaron Findley says, "I'll debate you over pineapple and pizza." I have already hosted a pineapple and pizza debate on this very channel. You got to go back a while. Just go into the thing and search on my channel for pineapple. You'll find it. It was pretty good. But I could entertain another one. Pineapple is great on pizza. That was Aaron Findley that said that. I don't know if I said that, but it was a member super chat for 32 months. Thank you very much. Stephen McCullough with an 18-month super chat says, "I can fix his problem for $150 an hour. Let me know." Seriously, they're asking for tech support. BC Tony says, "This has been more fun than the actual debate." It was pretty funny. What an hour. Stringer News 1 says, "Get off my lawn." Then Stringer News 1 again says, "What happened to the moon landing debate?" That was at 9:27. The debate had started, but yeah, supposedly started. He didn't. I took notes during his presentation of evidence, which he didn't present. He didn't present evidence the whole time, not one time. He's like, "This movie shows how to do it," and I asked him. Think about this. I asked him in the movie, how long did it take to fall? Right? Because I put a weight in the feather, right, to fake that it was in a vacuum chamber, which you can't do on the rover because it's kicking up dust, right? That dust would plume out in air. It didn't do that. So it doesn't work there. But it didn't fall fast enough. Marcus admitted it didn't fall fast enough. How do you fix that? You skip every couple frames. Well, then you removed some of the frames. Cool. How did you then, when I sped it back up, things didn't look right. It's like, "Oh, you didn't put the, you didn't just not," like, oh my gosh, lame. Anyway, He didn't really have a response to that one. CN Videos says moon landing deniers don't understand that NASA engineers design things to withstand the harsh environments of space and test them in advance. No, they don't. You know, the moon landing deniers are not engineers. They don't know how engineers work. I mean, maybe there are some. Unlike, flat earthers, there's no, flat earth physicists or mechanical engineers or anything like that, right? That there's no flat earthers that can handle geometry for the most part. So, but are there moon landing deniers that actually have a background in engineering? Maybe there are, but yeah. Stevie McCullough says, I feel for you. There's no good way to body an old man. It needs to be done, but the optics suck. He's intentionally dishonest or this is a ploy. Yeah, when dude, I gotta show this. This is dirty. This is just dirty. All right, the chats are gonna be wrong, but right here. And he claimed, oh, this isn't, I wasn't there. So let me look at this here. Report by Rob Williams, studio engineer, MAE, Marcus Allen, and Scott Henderson. Scott Henderson is another one of the Apollo detectives. So Marcus put his name on this. Your name is on this. I will hold you responsible for this all day long, Marcus. It talks about Marcus's involvement here at different times. There's another portion of it I'm not finding when I search, but it says that he looked at it over Skype or Zoom or something as it was done. But I'm gonna go back to this here. Here's the photos. He proved that they had more vacuum time in a film that wasn't as it wasn't specifically designed. It wasn't the special order film for space. And it was subjected to higher temperature, and it still took a photo. And could you fix that photo? Of course you could fix that photo. You could fix that photo by using a different development process. You can certainly fix that photo by looking at the color chips that they have on the beginning of each film and then doing color correction on it. So, and this particular film where it's a little unclear. Let's see, this is the Kodak Color Plus 200. So this was not the same film. Even remotely, this is even farther away from the film. The original film from Apollo was the special order film from decades prior to this. And so they're like, we used the E-Star 2238 film, but it was SO 368 film. Different film, similar, but different film. But then they, anyway, they didn't even show this one, the sample photos from this one, right? But yeah, let me get, this is the critical part. Let me read it again. Changes to the film strips are visually apparent. Here's a vacuum exposed film on the left, showing the emulsion side. The film has lost its sheen, but the emulsion side normally doesn't have the same sheen and has shifted to a brownish hue. I don't know. Did it start with a brownish hue? Could we see the backside of the film strip on the right to see if it has a brownish hue? No idea. The control strip film is on the right. So yeah, that's kind of embarrassing. In 1968 to 1972, there were Kodak had different processes to develop film. They had either the E3 or E4 process. The E5 process was not introduced until after Apollo. And here they used the E6 kit to develop it, a different process. They used different chemicals. The chemicals they used in E3, I think it was E3, are toxic. So they're not environmentally friendly. So they stopped it. So yeah. Oh, here we go. Since this experiment needed to be tamper-proof, as stated, Rob Williams personally conducted all the film for development with colleague Scott Henderson, monitoring the process via Skype. So not Marcus. doing that. But anyway. Yep. Scummy right there. And yeah, Marcus, you wanna dump Rob under the bus? Go then dump him under the bus. Yeah. For being the one that took this picture here and had to intentionally have the backside of one film and the front side of the other. It's not even hard to see. Scummy. No credibility there. Right? All right. CV McCullough says the lighting alone would negate being in a soundstage. Singular light from one point and a large distance would be necessary. Yeah, and that's what really is a killer, right? So here's the one that would be interesting. If he were to claim that the buggy for the Grand Prix from Apollo 16 was done on a soundstage, right? It has to be in a vacuumed soundstage. And then the film has to be, you have to film it at a high rate and then slow it down with that special whatever device. It doesn't matter. Slowed it down. Remove some of the frames. The entire soundstage would have to be in vacuum. How did they do that? That's a big soundstage now. A bigger vacuum chamber than exists in anywhere in the world. And it was developed where? Don't know where. Who did it? Don't know. No idea how it was done. That's a high thing to prove. Certainly they won't be doing that. CV McCullough says, don't use Feynman for bastardizing signs. Yeah, that was an insult to Feynman's. Kiwi Burb says we need a flat earth movie night. A flat earth movie night? Like what? I mean, I review Flurf videos, but what would be a flat earth video night? Movie night? I don't know. Let me know what that would be. CV McCullough says, I respect my elders, but stop wallowing, please. Oh my gosh, he did ramble. PhD Tony says, I think Marcus could make good money for doing commercials for euthanasia clinics. I can hear the jingle now. Dear God, will no one make it stop? Oh my gosh. Tony. Naughty Tony. Very funny. Naughty Tony. Oh my gosh. Stringer News 1 says if it's a vacuum chamber, it's not a sound stage. It's a good point. No sound in a vacuum. Hey, you know they do like sometimes some of their claims are, well, you can hear the hammer pounding, right? And therefore it was done in air, but if you take the whole clip, right? Because they just show the little, couple seconds of it where you hear the pounding, which makes sense because there's air inside the suit, and that can transmit sound, or it's going through the solid material, the whatever they're pounding, and go through the ground. But where was I going with that? If it was in it could not, but they're like, it was in sound. It was pressurized. They were on a set. It was right. But then they go walking around, and when they walk around, watch their feet, they kick up dust. And the dust they kick up doesn't billow out like dust would in air. It does just a parabolic arc. It's like, the laws of Flurf kind of apply, right? The citations, like the film doesn't work in a vacuum, actually contradicts him. It totally worked. He proved that it works, and that his extreme temperature, extreme pressure did a different thing than it changed the color a bit, but it still worked, and you could still get the color, you could still correct it, you could still do a different process to develop it. Awesome. You proved it works. First law of Flurf. That's the fourth law of Flurf there, where one explanation contradicts other explanations. So if this was done in sound, but the air isn't moving around, or sorry, the dust isn't moving around like it would have to be. Tim Davidson says, poo joke, which I'm a big fan of. Why do the Norwegians have barcodes on their naval ships? So they can Scandinavian. Yep. That was a poo joke. Tim Davidson says, obviously the continuity supervisor didn't put the props on set. What was that about? That was, that was the movement. He's like, what about this picture here? And what about this picture here? And I've watched a debate where he talked with somebody about that and he was given the answers. And he's like, I just need the answers. Nobody ever given me the answers. But I've watched debates where he was given the answers. It's like the Flurp reset. His brain just flushed it all. So, Stringer News 1 says this should be on Facebook. It's nothing but Meta. Because the company Meta owns Facebook. Tim Davidson says, save big money at Menards. I'm not going to sing it for you. You're welcome. You got to go down to Menards to get the duct tape. Max Courtney says, that looks like concrete. Yeah, so that was a really weird angle that he was going with the claiming that rock was a moon rock. Right? How do you know it's a moon rock? Well, does it have the properties of a moon rock? He's like, it doesn't matter. I just said it does. No. We don't say that the rocks from the moon are evidence that they're from the moon because somebody says they're from the moon, which does have some. There's a chain of custody there, right? So there's some, right? You're taking the word of the astronauts that were on the moon, which of course moon landing deniers have to reject. But also there are properties to the rocks on the moon that don't have that earthbound rocks don't have, like the micrometeor impacts. So you need to do some actual analysis, some things that flurfs don't do. I mean, moon landing hoaxers. Same thing. Kiwi Burb says Marcus should start an ASMR channel for people who struggle with insomnia. He could. Watch him and Bob on Apollo Detectives. That's already there. Rick says, so this is what a wasted life looks like. Yeah, for 30 years, this guy's main focus has been, I don't understand this picture, therefore fake. Yep. Steve Revel says, it's Witsit's dad, but the word salad is a bit slow. Here's what's funny. Witsit's dad isn't a flirp. Their house went on sale a while ago, right? So as the kids moved on, they sold their house. And I looked it up, and I looked at photos. They have photos from around the house on Zillow. And in his dad's office is a globe. I'm like, oh, that's great. I'm like, I'm not gonna post it, right? It was just my own. It's just fun to look at and see. Oh, yep, Zillow pictures of the house. His dad's office has a globe. Kiwi Burb again says, I don't know, therefore conspiracy. No evidence. That's it. 30 years. 30 years, and his best evidence is, I don't understand this picture. He comes off as kind of a senile guy, like, guys, this picture doesn't make sense to me. Okay. Sorry. Would you like an ice cream? Janusz Takas says, good morning. Can you please start over? I just woke up. By the way, all photos are fake because the lens is circle shaped and developed image is rectangle shaped. Yeah, it has to be. Solid logic. Stephen McCullough again says dissertation. It's not dissertation. Yep. And then Stephen McCullough says his U.S. history is horrendous. I wasn't, look at whatever he was talking about. I didn't know the details of that particular one, but it is U.S. history, not British history. I don't know if his, maybe it's a topic he's interested in. I had no idea about that particular one, so I didn't have any response to it. Plus, I didn't want to sit there on the super chat questions forever. I don't mind it. I was totally in. I'm great. That's part of going on modern day debate. But the Rambler just, kept rambling. And then Ryan would ramble. Ryan's an okay moderator. But man, when it's time to get moving, he spends more time talking about getting moving than getting moving. Hugh Jars says, my brain hurts. He's been a member for 39 months. My brain hurts. Typical conspiracy nutter has no idea what evidence is or why it's important. So you saw me talk about this book. in the email exchange between Bob and Marcus and myself, Bob's like, Marcus just has a bunch of questions. I'm like, that's not a debate. See page 22. You have the burden of proof, for your claim. You have a claim. You have a warrant. The warrant connects the claim to the evidence, and the evidence or data they use in this one here. That's what brings them all together. The warrant brings it together. He had a claim, even after having read this page. I told him, read this page. Right? He didn't bring a warrant, and he didn't bring data. He's like, here's a picture of the angle to the Earth. Like, could they have taken the camera off their chest? Yeah. Okay, so you didn't have anything there, did you? It's evidence. No, it's not. Mr. E-Man gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much for that. And if you received one, then make sure you thank him as well. Flatzoid's Jewish cousin Circumzoid says, my cousin is actually a little less painful to listen to. That's a tough one. Mr. E-Man says, during Apollo 11, Canberra and Parkes were the primary for the moon landing. Honeysuckle Creek was used during the landing because it was too windy at Parkes to receive a stable signal. They cut back to Parkes 9 minutes in. That type of detail I'm not super familiar with. So it's good to get a little backing on that. Thank you. And then Josh Garver comes in. Holy cow. $50 super chat says, came late to the party, but you did well. Love you. Thank you, Josh. I liked your super chat to the Modern Day Debate channel there. Yeah. I sometimes I don't know how, where to sit in, turning the knob up or down. And, when they kind of get, when I shake out a lie, I get a little worked up, right? When he's like, this is the only picture that anybody's ever seen of a photograph of the Earth from the Apollo mission. Like, and I showed a bunch of them, and he's waffling, and he finally admitted that wasn't the case. I don't know why he said that though, because he knows this stuff well enough to not go for the flurf answer. I don't know why he did that. And he's like, oh, that one guy tells us about it. He's talking about Robert Simmons from 2002, not from 1972. I don't know where he was going with that. But anyway, thank you, Josh Garver. C.V. McCullough says, my comment on the light is specific to the fact that there could only be one light that was very far away. The shadows would ruin a stage show. Yeah. It's a very good point. Because they like to claim multiple light sources, right? When they're like, look at the shadows diverge, or converge, right? Like, therefore multiple lights, but that doesn't make sense, because if there's multiple lights, there's multiple shadows. Everything casts one shadow per light source that's reaching it. So yeah, they're like, well, they put barn doors on it. You could put a barn door on a light. A barn door on a light is, you've got the flat surface, or not flat, but the surface of the light here, right? And then you have this thing on the side of it. You've probably seen it at concerts or in stage lighting, where they have it sometimes on all 4 sides, and they'll flap it open, or they'll close it down, and they'll close it down on both sides. But like, if you're trying to illuminate 2 things with 2 different lights, right, which you'd need to do if you were in a relatively small studio and you couldn't have the single light source super far away, you would need to have multiple lights somehow. But those barn doors are not perfect. You're going to see the shadows. Mr. E-Man says, Parkes was designated with communicating to the Lunar Excursion Module. Okay. The LEM, the part that went to the surface, versus the part that orbited the command module, right? Or the back and forth communications. And what was Parkes also receiving? Parkes was in Australia, right? Was it also receiving from the rover, right? Because the rover sent, as a little dish, it sent its own signal back directly. What didn't bounce off of the LEM. So, and we saw the video where he if you remember from where he kind of jumped up on the seat area, and you saw his feet stick up in front of the camera, and the signal got really bad at that time because moving the whole rover and the dish was moving around, so the signal was getting worse. So, Boba Sweat says, do you know what the hell he was talking about with the NVIDIA thing and the RGB being at 40%? So, I don't know where he got his information. He didn't cite his source, but the NVIDIA video did a 3D render of a couple spots of the lander, and they show in the video. If you go watch the video, it's pretty good. I don't reference it. I don't think I would in a debate like this, but he brought it up a little bit. So or a commenter did in the Q&A. If you don't take reflection of the regolith or the reflection off of the suit or any other surrounding objects, and you just take the one light source with no reflections illuminating things, then yeah, anything that's not in direct sunlight should be totally black. But the regolith is reflective, and for Apollo 11, where they were, is somewhere around 9% reflectivity. It's called the albedo. The entire moon's albedo is about, I think it's about double that. I think it's around 18%. And more regular is around 12. Albedo, it's the percentage of light that gets reflected. And it's dark in color. It's just a dark gray for the most part. But there's a lot of straight, harsh sunlight. So you still see a lot of it. There was no rover for 11s. So okay, yes, you were talking about 11 on Park receiving it. So, but then they say, all right, well, here's the NVIDIA video. They talked about, they added in the regolith, and it did not light his body enough. And that was this picture here. I'll show you the picture here. This picture right here. This is my Photoshop. So this is straight from the TIFF, unmodified. And so when I add the exposure and work on the levels a little bit, this isn't, really great. You can see some of the other, you can see the shadows here that are kind of, not shadows, the extra light here. But if you don't include the reflection off of the suit of the person taking the picture here, then it's darker. The astronaut photo there, I'm spacing who's who here. It's Lance Armstrong. It's not Lance Armstrong. Buzz Lightyear. That's not Buzz Lightyear. Buzz Armstrong. It's not Buzz Armstrong. Anyway, so go watch that NVIDIA video. It's not very long. It's pretty cool how they show that they needed to include the reflectivity off of the guy's suit. And so he was claiming that there was some difference in the presentation that they did versus how they actually, generated the render. I don't know where he got the data for that. I don't know. I don't trust based on his he doesn't have a good record with being trustworthy. So I see that one, Josh, coming up on it. Barry F says, you have to forgive moon landing deniers for not providing evidence because there is none. Yeah, it's tough. They have an uphill battle. It's like flat earthers. The difference is a little bit, it's actually maybe sort of kind of like it could have happened if they wanted to. They could have done it, but it would have been so much more obvious. They couldn't have faked things. They couldn't have done it. Right. But it's somewhere like flat earth couldn't happen because the sun would never set. it's super obvious, but this is a little different. So, Toads in My Eyes says your conversation with the typical flat earthers was more interesting than Ramblebot 3000. Yep. Aaron Reese says Jerry Seinfeld science. What's up with that? Yes, absolutely. Josh Garvers for $100. Thank you very much, Josh. You're awesome. You're super kind. Says exactly what I was talking about. I just thought your response was valid. He sort of conceded there. He did a couple times. But like not to the point of actually being honest about it. Right? So there's a debate he had on Dead Kennedy in Space, which I think is just DKIS. He's a space exploration enthusiast. He did a lot of videos on Apollo and stuff. And against Blue Marble something, not Blue Marble Science. Blue Marble, somebody help me if you know what I'm talking about. Anyway, he was told about the how come we can't see the lander here and we can see it here? That sequence, they went over that. Right? And it's like, yeah, he did the flurf reset. So, yeah. He also, he didn't say it. I'll give you a little thing. I popped into the Modern Day Debate live chat early in the day today, earlier, before it started. And somebody was in there, and I forgot who exactly, but quoted Marcus Allen from 2012 at the British Interplanetary Society, saying that he totally believes that people went to the moon and the LRO photos are good enough evidence for him. They're undeniable, something to that effect. And Apollo detectives, that's Bob, said Marcus just said that because he needed to be there, to be able to be there. And Marcus, when he was talking about who was it that he was talking to, like, I don't care. It doesn't matter. What matters is what you said, right? So Marcus didn't come around to saying the same thing that Bob did, / Apollo detectives did in the chat, that he lied. Right? Bob said he lied. Bob in the chat basically said, and I didn't get a screenshot, I should have. But Bob, Apollo detectives in the chat, said Marcus lied when he was there. He did not think that was good evidence. He was just making it up so that he could be there. And maybe the guy that was asking the question was the one that was particularly interested in his response. So I don't know, but the point is, Bob said that Marcus lied. Marcus didn't really get into it, but he said, well, don't you think my opinion could change? He didn't say that his opinion changed. So did it or did it not, Marcus? I don't know. I don't trust you, Marcus. You don't have a good track record. All right. Well, I have gotten through, I think, all the super chats. Josh, thank you very much again. I appreciate it. Anything else, people? Yeah, this is your chance. This is your chance. Hold on. I'm gonna make sure. There we go. Josh, I had to make you a moderator. You weren't. So Kango44 says the old duffer seemed nice, but totally deluded. Yeah, he was. Lubo in China. Oh, all right. Hold on. Lubo in China says, Josh Garver, please send MC Toon live to Antarctica too. And then says, I think he would like to go if somebody would offer to him, but he's too shy to ask people for money. It's more than that. That's not it. The most important, hey Dave, the most important thing is that the right flat earthers go to Antarctica. More important than me going. Dave is in the chat right now. Right down here. Right here. Where'd he go? Right here. This is Dave. Dave is coming up right there. It's not on screen yet. It will be in a little bit. Dave McKeegan. He is going. But I would not want to. Dave's super nice, right? That he doesn't debate flat earthers. He doesn't get them as ruffled as I do. So if I went and a flat earther didn't go because I was there, they're like, I'm not gonna. The fact that the right people go is more important than I go. So, Icy Spin says, is Will going or still crowdfunding? I don't know what's happening there. He still hasn't gotten an answer from Witsit or Jaren. So that needs to be resolved. If Witsit doesn't go, and then Jaren says, well, he's out, then don't know who's next. Well, Dubé is the next in line. He's already basically said he's not going. I looked at the list just the other day. I don't know if any of them would go that are on the list. I don't. Right. So then it might fall to some, lesser known flat earthers, maybe if the 24 get exhausted. ODD TV is in prison. Nathan Oakley has said that it doesn't count as an experiment. Kingdom in Context that I debated on here, I'm pretty sure he would never go. Dean Odell, he can't go. D Marble, he doesn't do this type of stuff anymore. He's long gone. Globebusters was one of the invitees. Well, that would be Bob Nodell. He's not living anymore. Then that would go to to Cammie, his wife, the widow. Well, she's not even, she wouldn't go. I don't know. I don't know if there's any flat earthers that would go then. Well, so if that's the case, then maybe it would work out. But yeah, I want Jaren to go, really. Yeah. Maybe Marissa is free. Oh my gosh. We could get Marissa and Iggy. It's a match made in somewhere. Kango44 says, what flatties are going? None so far. None have committed to go. That's what's interesting. They're all running from it. An early video I did on my Conspiracy Tunes channel is I started with, they will run for their hills, they will run for their lives. And if you know where that's from, bonus. And that's what they've been doing. They have moved every goalpost associated with Antarctica. Every single one moved. Totally just amazing. Anyway, I was invited. Oh man, I don't know if I don't think I can this Saturday. What's his name? Facts, but nothing but the facts said that he's free. I don't think it's going to happen. I might try to do it next week sometime. So I might do a review tomorrow night, kind of a late night show. We'll see what it entails. But if you're up for it, and if I'm up for it, then we'll do it. Kango44 says wankers. Yes, they are. All right. Well, people, thank you very much for joining. This has been great. We'll see you next time. Here we go.
MC Tune, drop that beat.
All right. Let it flow. Let yourself go. So I know that is the tempo.
So, yeah, let's do this.
Let's do this. Yo, it's MC Tune, the debunking tycoon. I shatter flat earthers, make them face the moon. Your attempts are decent, but they'll swoon in the face of my logic like a deflated balloon.
Oh, MC Tune, the one to soon cartoons. On the real stage, send it first to their dues. Your theories are like old brooms, sweeping ignorance or just spreading the views.
FDFE stands for fumbling the facts, evidently. I drop truth bombs so splendidly. Your approach is soft, mine's unrelenting. I bring the science while you're just venting.
MC Tune, the buffoon with silver spoon. I have some pseudoscience, make them change their tune. You're the sidekick, I'm the room. When it comes to debunking, I'm the room.
Here we are now, entertainers, I'm alive.
Zoom in the rizzle dizzle.
But hey, FTFE, we share the creed to educate and debug the plant the seed. Though in this rap, it's clear indeed I got the upper hand in word and deed.
All right, hold on a second. The Zoom call died. Everything died. No.